Ich bitte Ruhe im Saal. Ich darf die Kongressleitung Alexia.
Silence, please. I would like to ask Alexia and her deputy to please open the meeting.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I hereby open the meeting. I call it to order, and I would like to give the floor to my deputy. Thank you very much, Alexia Stoifer. Once again, I would like to remind you of the agenda. First of all, in the first 10 minutes, Congress management is going to outline the case and the points of the case, and the key questions are going to be outlined too. This will be followed by the interviews with the respondents, Svenja Flasspöhler, Harald, well, actually Sophie Sulzmilch, Fariba Mosley, and Robert Pfaller. They're going to be the members of the jury interviewing the respondents. Then we're going to clarify basic questions. And fourth, the next 15 minutes are reserved for questions asked by the jury. 5. Subsequently, the Council of the Republic will have the opportunity to ask questions. 6, at the end of the interview, one member of the jury is going to summarize the statements made. We would like to ask you to observe the time limits and please be respectful. If there are any verbal attacks or any violation of those rules, we are going to reprimand you, and if they don't stop, we're going to remove the audience. Please do not applaud or refrain from any expressions of displeasure. Now, please, no applause or no criticism. Should they nevertheless occur, we'll call the meeting to order, and if necessary, in a worst-case scenario, we're going to clear the room. Also, we would like to point out that any descriptions of psychological and sexualized violence will be described in the session, which means this will be a trigger warning, and this has been expressed both to your benefit as well to those watching the live stream. So, session number 1 will be the art, canon and complicity, Mühl, the Friedrichshof and the museum. Madam Chair, you have the floor. The first of the 3 cases we're going to deal with today deals with Otto Mühl. According to public sources, the facts of the case are as follows. Otto Mühl was an Austrian action performance artist and a representative of Viennese actionism. After serving as a lieutenant in the Wehrmacht in the Second World War, he completed his teaching degree at the Academy of Fine Arts, among others, and in 1970 he founded the commune known as the Action Analytical Organization, AAO, for the first 8 years. First off, it was based in Vienna, in Praterstraße, and from 1974 onwards in Surndorf, near Lake Neusiedl, at a former estate called Friedrichshof. It was a commune that wanted to lead a self-sufficient life on the basis of so-called free love and also a return to nature, dissolving small family structures and also abolishing private property under his rule, that is. Over time, a couple of branches, offshoots, were established inside and outside of Austria. They were called town communes, with the primary purpose of raising money to run the commune, which, at its peak, had up to 600 members, some of whom had 80 children living at the farm, who were taught in a public school. They based their principles on the ideas of Rousseau, Marx, Reich, Janov, psychodrama, and the left-wing 1968 student movement. Mühl produced art For example, he wanted to overcome panel canvas painting and worked as an art therapist in the commune, which he led in a dictatorial manner, using physical, sexual, and psychological violence against adults and children alike. The commune was dissolved in 1989. After victims of sexual abuse born at Friedrichshof filed charges against him in 1988, he had diaries of commune members collected and burned without their knowledge. He used the ashes in the production of art. In 1991, Mühl was sentenced to 7 years in prison for the following criminal offenses. First, fornication with minors. According to today's laws, this would be punishable under the criminal code. This is a sexual abuse of minors. Also, sexual intercourse with minors, moral endangerment of persons, crime of rape. Also, abusive relationship of authority, narcotics abuse, and also acquisition and possession of addictive substances and suppression of evidence. His wife was also convicted under criminal law. His works and paintings are still shown in museums in Austria and abroad, in both public and private museums and also exhibitions. But the sensitivity and awareness for contextualization has only emerged recently. After his release from prison, he read from his prison letters to a packed Burgtheater at the invitation of director Klaus Peimann. The term sect that was used yesterday as well is not defined in the law. Nevertheless, a federal office for sectarian affairs was set up in 1998, and one of the reasons for its establishment was, according to its own statements and the government bill introduced, the accumulation of group suicides, homicides, and attacks in the context of the group Aum or the Sun Templars, and another reason being youth Satanism. No mention at all of communes or Mühl in this connection. Well, let me present the individual questions. Now, question number 1 is art, the art canon and complicity, Mühl, the Friedrichshof and the museum. 1. Should Otto Mühl's art be withdrawn from the art canon and thus no longer be shown in large exhibitions, public museums? Is the demand to ban some images really taking responsibility away from the audience or even interference in our choice? Some pictures, like ash pictures, are they rather really art or evidence that can be used in court? Next question, the so-called art commune at Friedrichshof at the point of creation and establishment, was it a sect? And in doing so, this would mean that the government of Austria failed to take responsibility for the commune and is therefore the victims of Mühl entitled to damages. That completes my comments. Thank you very much for your explanations and comments. Now I would like to ask Marco Otoya to read out our rejections, as it were. Those that have sent their apologies and are not attendance. Now, the following individuals did not accept the invitation to the Congress and are not going to attend the Congress. Philip Concert, a gallery owner and also the commercial director of the Vienna Actionist Museum, he said there were scheduling conflicts. Second cancellation, Theo Altenberger, an artist and a former member of the Friedrichshof Mühl commune. He did not even respond to our inquiry. Third cancellation, Hubert Klocker, curator. He is on a trip abroad. Fourth cancellation, Saskia Leopold, member of the board of the Leopold Museum Private Foundation, due to a trip abroad. 5. Ursula Basterg, former city councillor for culture of the city of Vienna. She said there were scheduling conflicts. 6th cancellation, Maurice Dipsitz, commercial director of the Leopold Museum Private Foundation. And according to information given by the museum, it was said that the museum does not own any Mühl works. Peter Növer, curator, former curator of the Art Basel Museum. Bettina Mbuse, curator, Bank Austria Kunstforum. She has some appointments at Art Basel Fair. Auktionshaus Kinski, an auction company, Michael Kovacek and Ernst Pleuel, they did not respond to our invitation. 10th, cancellation, a gallery, Wiener Reuter and Kohlbacher, managing director, Alois Wiener Reuter and Eberhard Kohlbacher, did not respond to our invitation. Thank you very much. Now, let us move on to those who have accepted our invitation and are now going to provide information in the interviews. Now, the first respondent is Julia Möbus-Puck. I would like you to join us and to come to the lecture.
Julia Möbus-Puck is a curator and art educator with a focus on performance art and Viennese anachronism from 2020 to 2022. She was a research assistant at the Museum Kurhaus Kleve. Since 2023, she has been the director of the WAM, Wiener Aktionismus Museum. Please give us your full name. My name is Julia Möbus-Puck. Do you have a professional personal relationship with members of the jury? Not that I know of. Thank you very much. So my first question to you is, perhaps could you talk about how the museum came about? Who was the originator of the idea for the museum? Well, you already cited one of them. This is Mr. Philipp Konzert, who with 4 other people, collectors, collected the remainder of the art at Friedrichshof in the 2000s. Some of them had come into the possession of Eduard Köpp at the MUMOG. On the 15th of March 2024, we opened the museum. It was very clear to our collectors that these artworks had to be placed in a museum context because Viennese actionism, as I see it today, is one of the most radical movements of the 20th century. And it should be presented and discussed in public. So that is why we decided to establish a museum. So many years before that, we had been working on that. I would like to give the floor to the jury who would like to ask the first question. Yes, please, Mr. Süßmilch. I would like to ask a very basic question. What about responsibility with regard to artistic freedom? Where does it begin? Where does it end? I don't know if I would say that there's any responsibility in artistic freedom, because I think this is inherent in the word freedom. I believe that artistic freedom must remain free, regardless of the idea of responsibility. But what about responsibility? Where does that begin? It doesn't exist in artistic freedom. There's no responsibility in artistic freedom, only with the artist. Then I have that. For me, I have responsibility for myself as an artist. But as soon as art is being created, then the idea must be free of responsibility. So you say no responsibility as an artistic producer, as a creator. Yes, my art has an effect, of course, yes, but as an artist, I think it's important not to think about those aspects from the beginning. What about vis-a-vis the society or responsibility in society? Well, society has a responsibility because they can make a subjective judgment on how to grapple with this work, how to approach this work. Can I ask a follow-up question, please? What about pinkwashing? Are you familiar with that term? No. May I expound on that? Pinkwashing means that museums, or so-called museums and institutions, invite women to present a context and to create the impression that something is feminist or modern or very progressive. You've heard of Pussy Riot? I think you invited somebody from Pussy Riot recently. I think you asked me recently to come. And there's no connection for you that you would somehow promote the work of Otto Mühl and perhaps contextualize that he was the reason for founding the museum. That Otto Mühl, for example, is the founding father, if you will, of this type of art. May I ask you a counter question? What are so-called museums, as you said? Well, I have already myself exhibited in private museums. These are collectors who want to increase the value of their collection. They want to maintain the value of their work, and they found museums. Yeah, this also happens not just in private museums, of course. I would like to ask a question. What is your position on those works of Otto Mühl that arose through the suffering of other people? I do not include those in my museum. So in your museum, you don't have any works on exhibit that entail the suffering of other people. No, we detail the history of Vienna actionism, Hermann, for example, until 1972, from 1957 to 1972. From 1972, Schwarzkugler, for example, was no longer living. Nietzsche kaufte Prinzendorf, for example. So this is where Wiener actionism actually split into various different movements. And Otto Mühl founded his commune. For that reason, that is where Vienna actionism ends. Allow me to follow up. You said that you founded the museum when Friedrich Hof's works were purchased. But what about the other works of art and culture? Cult works. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by cult works. I'm talking about Friedrichshof and all of the artworks there. What about exhibiting the works there, and how is your museum being funded and financed? Well, our museum was supported by the movement of collectors who established the museum, and it is administered in and of itself. It has two GmbHs, or limited liability companies. This is the Actionism GmbH. This was from 1957 to 1972. And then we have the Collection Limited Liability Company, which administers this estate of Otto Mühl. Yes, you said that you purchased the estate, but are there no works that came about as a result of the suffering of others? If you're asking me, then yes. But you just said no. I said I'm not sure. So what happens with those works? What do you do with them? These are being processed, they are being digitized, they are being inventoried, for example. So they're just being stored somewhere. They're being stored somewhere and later, and this is what we have in a museum. A museum has only been in existence for 1 year. And we are aware of a certain responsibility that exists in grappling with this problem that we're discussing today. And We have to point this out when we curate our exhibits, and this also gives us the opportunity to draw on the works from our collection, from our storage areas. Thank you very much, Sophia. Are you selling works that, or exhibiting works that have been sort of sold unofficially? No, you said, or it said on the website that Otto spent 7 years in prison.
Das sozusagen nicht richtig zu kontextualisieren.
Would it be important to contextualize that vis-à-vis the public? Why he was in prison?
Sozusagen alles mit ausstellt, würde das nicht gleichzeitig den Wert mindern?
If you were to put everything on an exhibit,
von Philipp Konzert, weil ich gehe mal davon aus, dass nicht aus
everything, for example, what about the works that were purchased by Philipp Konzert? Why are you putting these works on display? Why are these works so important for art history? I know that Philipp Konzert is very controversial, but I don't know anybody who is more passionate about collecting art, who lives for collecting art and selling art, who expresses this interest. Of course, I know that many people who are extremely interested, but I don't know anybody who has done more for the movement of Vienna actionism. Yeah, I'm not trying to counter that. Any other questions? Robert Fahler, please. I have a very fundamental question. Can it not be the case that there are artworks that also reflect traces of a crime? And how would you deal with artworks like that? What is your position on that? This is what I said at the beginning of my statement. This is a central question here. I would answer your first question with yes. An artwork, of course, can be evidence of a crime. And in this context, they can be put on exhibit. And this must be discussed within the context of the exhibition. That's why I didn't want to dismiss that question. When you say he's a founding father, maybe that's very difficult question. And if I invite Indiana Burkhardt to my museum, I see this has nothing to do with Otto Mühl. We're talking about Vienna actionism here. I forgot to mention this at the beginning. The museum, for me, is not just a museum that highlights art history in terms of the Vienna actionism movement, but we also take up contemporary positions that refer to this context and to open up new possibilities of perspective. Also, the critical approach of the period in the museum. We are not just a static location where we put our artworks on display, but we have an ongoing discussion about them and contextualization. Yes, I think you dodged my question a bit. Could it be, for example, that art is evidence of a crime? And you said, yes, art can be used as a means of evidence, as in a legal context, but this is a bit too convenient. And you said that for that reason, you can and you should put these on display. But the idea is that they are a witness to a crime. That was my question, that they reflect the suffering of victims. And this can be brought to the public consciousness once again. And perhaps you can renew the injury that was done. My point is, how can you bring these two ideas together, putting art on display and preserving the interests of people? Yes, I think art represents conflict, and these conflicts should be discussed. Sophie, please. I don't really have a question, I have a statement. I think I would like to believe all of this if there weren't so much money at play. And that's why I'm very skeptical. You have a group of investors, for example, buying a collection of art that came about through a great deal of suffering. And you are saying that some of it is in storage and you are putting it on display, the rest of it on display in a different location, and you're trying to, quote unquote, contextualize this. I don't really believe this. This seems to me, from the outside, as a spectacle. Maybe you could ask a question here, formulate a question. Well, my question here is, I wonder whether or not you're not being exploited by Mr. Konzett and his colleagues. No, certainly not. They have supported my academic research. And I think it would be hypocritical to talk about money interest, particularly in insinuating that art should be free of money. This is a very important aspect. And the so-called showroom is a democratically coordinated process. Thank you very much. We have two more questions. We have time for two more questions. Ms. Mosley has raised her hand, and then Svenja, please. So we have managed to circumnavigate this question. We talked about the glorification of the perpetrator, also cult of the genius, for example. What is your position on this? You have 1 more minute. What about your position on glorification of perpetrators? Also, we have people who want to copy what Otto Mühl did. You have. How do you see that in context with your museum? Our museum does not glorify the perpetrator because we don't have a single exhibition that focuses solely on Otto Mühl, but we provide a context of all of these 4 representatives of the movement of Vienna actionism, and we focus on the individual aspects that define Vienna actionism, and we try to extract those and discuss those in our exhibitions. What about the market value of the art that was purchased in 2024? And how has the value increased over this year? From my position, I cannot answer that question. So I'll pose you and give you a different question. Unfortunately, we cannot ask any more questions. Our time is up. Unfortunately, we have to keep to the allotted speaking time and questioning time. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you very much for your statements. Thank you. So, the second respondent is Catherine Gérard. Catherine Gérard lived in the Mühl commune from 1976 to 1986. After leaving, she set up a family, studied psychology, and is now a child and adolescent psychotherapist in Hamburg. She's the co-initiator of a project that is referred to as the Learning Journey, a project that creates space for former members of the commune. Your full name, please? Catherine Gérard. Do you have any personal or professional relationship with a member of the jury? No. First question, could you briefly explain to us why you joined the commune and also why you dropped out? At the age of 17, I visited the Friedrichshof for the first time. So there were a couple of us living together in a dorm in Hamburg, and we were looking for a couple of opportunities to get away from this traditional society in which our parents lived. And at the age of 18, I moved in and we set up a Hamburg group, then later on merged with the AAO. And then I remained with the sect for 8 years. In 1982, after I worked at Documenta for the commune, I wanted to move out, but then, let us say, due to the psychological mechanisms of a sect that did not materialize, and in 1986, secretly, really covertly, together with my now husband, I left. Thank you very much for that introduction. Who wants to ask the first question? Fariba. Thank you very much for your introduction. Now, you already really answered a couple of questions. The Action Analysis Organization, AAO. Maybe you could explain this organization a bit, or this concept, and maybe you could also talk about your daily life in the commune. Now, the PP Repco commune that dealt with how one could set oneself mentally free was established by Mühl, and of course
He acquired a reputation. He was as old as my parents, and he was something like a father figure. And then the so-called AA principles were set up, which is to say, we would all raise the children together. There will be no harm caused by the parents. Everything is collectively owned, etc. So forensic therapy was used, etc. I don't know if I forgot anything, but there was a canon of principles set up, and we thought, well, if we just follow it and we trusted him because we thought he actually knew what he was doing. Of course, there were some privileges. He always had his separate room. He had the ultimate say, as it will, in every decision. And it probably did not take even half a year for me to become a real sect member. You repeatedly used, or have been using now, the term sect. And the people dealing with Otto Mühl, some of them say, or some of them use the term sect, and some of them make a point of not using the term sect. So could you maybe tell us, when did you start using the term sect and why? I do believe I changed my narrative quite late, and it protects yourself, if you will, if you're a former member of a sect, that you have a different narrative. I thought I was living in a commune of artists that failed for some reasons, and that proved to be quite helpful to literally push what happened there aside. People were suppressed, they were denigrated, they were exploited, and first, we allowed that we were being isolated from our families. My father, for example, passed, and I did not mourn this. This was literally forbidden to mourn somebody else. There was a strict hierarchy, very strict hierarchy, and people even were called upon to report on each other. So that is what happened. And once again, there was the strict hierarchy, and it's really even guided where we were seated at the table, who was allowed to speak, etc. So very strict checks and controls, and sexuality is so-called free sexuality. Work, therapy, etc. Monitoring, of course, was going on the whole time. Now Svenja wants to ask a question. So what went through your head when you slowly came to realize what was actually going on, when you first understood that children, for example, or other members of the commune were hurt, physically hurt, and there are written reports speaking about children being physically hurt, beaten in front of their mothers, but nothing happened. The system stayed in place. So no rebellion, no resistance. How can you explain that? Well, that is one of the psychological mechanisms inherent in a sect. You're strongly dependent on the only point of reference, who you follow, and at the same time, you're afraid of the leader, and you don't know what will happen if you leave the group. Every kind of criticism would have meant that you need to ask critical questions, and then you reach a point sooner or later that this is something that you no longer notice. You see, for example, that a cup of yogurt is poured over a child's head, and you startle, but then you just applaud and you accept what is happening. And that is a terrible phenomenon. But the children were abandoned. They were left to those authoritarian leaders. And worst, in my opinion, than what is nowadays very often said, sexualized violence. Even worse than that is the fact that those children were not allowed to grow up in a loving family relationship and were really damaged for life. If for 2 or 3 years you don't have any reliable parent, support, companion, no parents to tell you what school to go to, or we want to go to the countryside and whatnot. There was complete control of everybody, children and adults alike, and the only one who had the power was Otto Mühl, a sadist. Yesterday we talked a bit about Me Too, and it was said that due to Me Too, a lot of innocent victims were blamed and their reputation suffered, their lives were destroyed, or they suffered. And somebody said Me Too was a revolution, and the revolution comes at a price. And something that came to my mind, maybe Otto Mühl could have said that. Somebody else is saying he actually said that. And my question to you is, what do you think about that? Was that a revolution that had some victims? Was it really worth its while? Or did you have to pay a price? That's a very complex question. I do believe that Mühl said everything he was doing has to be seen against the backdrop of the fact that he has insight. How come? Well, because he split away from his own family. I would like to contradict what was said before. In 1967, Otto Mühl, in his SOC manifest, described what was then later on used as blueprint for the sect. A highly aggressive, sexualized way of thinking, and at that time, really, that was seen as a radical liberation from traditional standards. And somebody who then actually materialized everything, and he had the wealth, the assets really, to let everything happen under the disguise of art. Mothers were separated from their children, abused, and I, for example, I'm ashamed always, and for 3 years now I've been intensively dealing with these coping strategies, and what it needs in the first place is a charismatic authoritarian leader who has skills but no empathy. That is what is needed in order to create a sect. I would like to come back to the previous question. Now, the victims of Me Too, as Robert said, they were addressed earlier. Well, those are people that were blamed incorrectly, right? But then, of course, there was no criminal conviction, right? Because they were incorrectly, justifiably, really accused. In the case of Otto Mühl, things are completely different because he's a convicted felon. So in that regard, I do not understand the arguments. Now, in that revolution, and let us say victims, you name them, several generations really of people you have been talking about. You joined the commune at a later stage in your life. So I have a hard time understanding what was said. Well, okay, an actual question. Well, those victims of a felon, right, convicted in a court of law, collateral damage, if you will. Collateral damage is different, in my opinion. Maybe you can elaborate on that. I don't think this is collateral damage because, as you said before, he is a felon. But when he was released from prison, he was really celebrated. And then the commune was later on a collective organization, and this organization started to auction off the paintings. The group, as we refer to our group, the sect, in other words, started doing great PR work, mind you. They had a great impact on artists, politicians, etc. And a lot of them were on on his side, mind you, it was unilateral, one-sided information they got. So it was really great public relations work that was made by him. Theo Altenberg, for example, and many others. From 1982 onward, as from the Documenta Fair, was used to generate funds to paint a great, let us say, portrait to improve his reputation. Many ads were run, for example. There was a lot of public co-funding, and of course there were a couple of attacks, but then what happened was the whole approach was a bit different, because now it went away, it shifted away from the commune. He said this is now a group of free artists. There is co-funding, public funding available. So literally the suffering continued. Svenja, please. Now, trying to come back to what was said before. Well, honestly, it's always difficult to strike a comparison. So Me Too is, of course, a lot different from the case of Otto Mühl. So I agree with Fariba. But of course, there are some similarities, some overlaps. And that is exactly what is important, because when, for example, you're a fan of Otto Mühl, you could say, okay, that was a revolution, and a revolution comes as a price. There is always a collateral damage or a victim of a revolution. In that case, it's abused women, adults, children. But that is the narrative that a, let us say, fan of Otto Mühl would tell. That's what Robert wanted to ask. So, do you think a revolution is worth its while, even if it comes at a price? But a follow-up question, maybe what kept you in the commune, so in a more positive light, not just because you were afraid of leaving, those mechanisms, those psychological mechanisms you mentioned before. So at least that's the way I imagine that. They just don't use suppression and fear, but also it's a certain attractiveness, really. It's a good mix, which is to say, a fear of the outside world. If you leave us, you will all get cancer, you will get depression. And here there are people, and of course you develop ties and friendships, even if that was forbidden. I left the commune before it was dissolved, and everybody was a traitor. So I was not allowed to speak with everybody, and the rest of the group despised you. Fariba, to come back to his work, there are those famous ash paintings where diaries were burned of the members of the commune, and the ashes were used for those paintings. And of course, people did not know their diaries were stolen. What do you think about that? I have mixed feelings. And especially the children or teenagers, they don't have any recollections and nothing to remember without those diaries. And my diaries were extremely superficial, full of blah, blah, hot air. Well, I just wrote down what Otto Mühl said, what I had to do. It was not an expression of any personal thought. It was rather disastrous. It's a testimony of my abandoned personality. Next question. If you could, let us say, wish for anything, how should this, or artists, for example, exhibitions or a museum, the Vienna Actionist Museum, or also the public museums, how should they handle his work? Thank you very much for this question. At Friedrichshof, the corporation still owns an archive with videotapes, texts, written texts, etc., that is sealed off, and would very much like to, let's say, have those archives examined by scientists in a neutral manner. To us, it's not helpful if we carry out those investigations or examinations, because we are not independent. And honestly, like this museum, for example, they are examining witnesses, and of course that is not objective, not at all. would be very important for us, and also it's the responsibility of political decision makers and also of society to do that. Almost 160 children fell victims to the commune, and they should receive and be paid damages. Sophia, no need to become too personal here, but you said for 3 years now you have tried to see really and view what was happening also in therapy. Thank you very much. It was a long process, a lot of therapy. And you know, the core of the problem was really the fact that there are children who were completely abandoned, forgotten. There were really no close ties, no personal relationships with those children. He fully instrumentalized them, and it was sexual abuse, nothing else. And that only came to my mind at a late stage in a therapy. And it's very important that we start assuming, or maybe you can ask the question, I got lost along the way. Now, once again, okay, finally, you arrived at the point when you started thinking about the commune in different terms. Well, Paul's film, of course, My Small Family, that opened my eyes, and I watched that movie together with my closest friends, and I told them I was just a member of a commune. So that was really great that I could share that with my friends, and also finally to know that a couple of former members, children, teenagers, called me and said, could you please write an expert opinion, because we don't want the collection to be sold. And I said, I'm not the right person to do that, but then we got together, and over a time, which is of course a very painful process, and a lot resurfaces, a lot also is introduced from the outside. And those, you know, former children who were members really of the commune finally have to be met with justice, and they are entitled to damages. And okay, there is applause in the room, please, no applause. But next question. What, let us say, significant? No, okay. How was art, or the production of art? How did that happen on a daily basis? Well, yes, there was art, but that was left to Otto Mühl and his small room, to studio. But then, of course, we were all allowed, as it were, to participate in painting rooms, and depending on the hierarchical level, you were sitting far away or close to him, and you were just allowed to copy his paintings, no personal attachments here. So, for example, music, dance, art, therapy was taught to the children, and that was very important for communication with the outside world, to show that we were all free, great artists. So the Documenta Fair, for example, voice exhibitions, etc. And due to clever manipulation, for example, the school could be introduced, and they produced itself as a great alternative school. Thank you very much. Time is up. Thank you very much for answering questions.
Yes, we would like to remind you that we will tolerate no applause during the questioning, and no catcalls, no kind of expression of support or disapproval. Now I would like to ask Georg Zanger to come to the podium. Georg Zanger is an Austrian lawyer and criminal defense attorney. His practice focuses on commercial law and corporate law. He has advised numerous Austrian pop groups and represented artists. He has a commitment against right-wing extremism. His clients have included Klaus Kumpf, Eric Bauer, Friedrich Hundertwasser, and Otto Mühl. Please give us your full name. My name is Professor Dr. Georg Zanger. Do you have a professional or personal relationship with members of the jury? As far as I know, no, I do not. Thank you very much. So my question to you.
Beantworten können. In welchen Belangen haben Sie Otto Mühl vertreten und wie ist Ihr Resümee?
How did you represent Mr. Mühl, and what is your summary of the events? Well, when he was released, he came to me as a copyright specialist, and he wanted to know how to regain control of his works, because these works were not in his possession when he was in prison. So I focused on resolving that issue for him. I met with the cooperative as his representative, and I tried to restore to him the artworks that he had created or for the commune, so that they could once again be in his possession. Thank you very much for this introduction. Who would like to ask the first question? Ms. Mosley, please. Quite basically, did you experience Friedrichshof yourself? Were you there? Were you able to get a look at what was happening there? No, I don't think I was. It's quite a long time ago, so I can't rule it out. I don't think I was there, no. Actually, it was only after I became Mr. Mühl's representative. When was that approximately? So that was when he was released from prison.
Ruhe. Die Auskunftsperson
Please quiet in the hall.
Sophia Süßmilch.
Miss Süßmilch, please. Sophia.
Frage,
My question to you is, could you tell me,
von Kunstfreiheit beginnt, sodass
where do you see the responsibility for artistic freedom beginning so that artistic freedom can retain its credibility? Well, art freedom has a particular status in society. It is a fundamental right. It's important to uphold that right. Artistic freedom is subject to no legal barrier, and this is deliberately the case. The artist has responsibility for him or herself, and there are a number of objective legal barriers. The law prohibiting right-wing activity, renewal of autism, for example, protection of children, the protection of personal privacy, and also defamation according to the Austrian Criminal Code. Yes, thank you very much. First, Sophia, please. I think my deputy chair has said that you were next.
kann man Künstler und Werk trennen?
Can you separate the art from the artist, or is there maybe a gray area, an overlap? So, when we don't want to infringe on the basic principle of artistic freedom, then we have to take art as it comes. And we have to look at where it actually infringes on law. And only then can we take legal action. In the case of Otto Mühl, this is a very special case. I have full respect for the people who were abused at the time, particularly as children, particularly within the realm of child pornography as depicted by Otto Mühl. They have my full respect and understanding as victims. The question is whether or not these pictures can depict these people in a recognizable way. But here I would like to inject yet another aspect that has not yet been touched on. The commune transferred the ownership to the cooperative, ownership of artworks that were created by others in the commune. But I don't think the commune was a legal entity in and of itself. But it is also possible for legal action to be taken towards the cooperative, as they technically have no legal right to these works. Mosley, Faller and Fasspoller, please. So my question is very similar to that of Sophia. Where do you draw the line? What can you put on in an exhibition? What would you not include in an exhibition? Would you like to be a little bit more specific as to works of Altemühl? Or would you say that Vienna actionism existed up until this date, or how would you differentiate here? From a legal point of view, I can really make no difference between one period and the next. For me, the question is whether or not the works of an artist can be included in an exhibition.
Konkret auch seine Kunst in einer Form durchgeführt hat, die Gesetzen widersprochen.
For example, if an artist has created work in a way that violated the law and harmed a person, that's a different issue. And we have to treat all artists the same. Of course, this applies to Schiele, Gauguin, Klimt, Picasso. Is there not a difference, for example? We were talking about Caravaggio as a very well-known example. Altemühl, of course, created this art during his lifetime. And we know that Caravaggio painted pictures and was also a murderer. But it is not reflected in his work. But here we have a difference perhaps to Altemühl. Where would you draw the line? Well, I don't really draw any line. Once again, as I see it, artistic freedom has a very key status in society, and it is a fundamental right. And if we begin to undermine that, then we are reminded of fascism, or what the FPÖ is calling for, that Altemühl's pictures and paintings should not be exhibited. So we will be headed in that direction. Svenja, please. How would you characterize your personal relationship with Altemühl? It was very neutral. I simply exercised my profession, and I did the best I could on the legal front in terms of copyright law. And we were successful in the end. But you knew at the time, that Altemühl had committed crimes. That you knew that his pictures were created on the backs of suffering of others, extreme suffering. Did you see any kind of conflict there? Well, I assume, and I think the chair would agree with me, that criminal law is aimed at resocializing people, reintroducing them into society. Altemühl had completed his prison sentence. And as soon as he had completed his prison sentence, then you have to treat him just like anyone else. And I do not think it is correct to impose a double sentence on him. And this would also apply to other artists who are in a similar situation. And I don't think that would be fair for him to be subjected to double jeopardy. And of course, he did commit crimes, and he had completed his sentence for that. My question is, in your opinion, how could you deal with artworks that were definitely created and arose from the suffering of others? How would you put them in an art museum, contextualize them? How would you explain them? Well, I'm an expert in copyright law, and that is my specialty. And that is the pigeonhole, if you will, that I operate in. So if a person can be recognized in the picture, not just for themselves, but for third parties, then we could perhaps prohibit the exhibiting of that picture. Other than that, I cannot take a position. Sophia, do you personally own Altemühl's artworks? I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand you. Do you personally own works of Altemühl? Yes. Thank you. Any other questions?
Fariba Mosley.
Miss Mosley, Fariba. With the previous questioning, we talked about the responsibility of the state vis-à-vis the affected persons. What is your position? This is a very interesting question. We have to take a close look at what the state knew at the time For example, civil servants are people who were part and parcel of the state administration. What did they know? And if they knew something, then it was their duty to put a stop to it.
Auch ein Anspruch entstehen, ich glaube, dass verjährt ist.
I believe claims could be asserted, but I think that they are time barred by now. Do you have children?
Haben Sie Kinder?
Do you have children? I have 4 children. 2 of them are artists.
Gibt es noch weitere Fragen?
Are there any other questions? If that is not the case, thank you very much, Georg Zanger, for your statement.
Als nächstes hören wir ein Statement einer Zeitzeugin.
Next, we're going to hear a statement from a contemporary witness, a former member of the Friedrichshof Commune. This will be read out by her attorney. She is representing her client. She will not be present today for reasons of privacy. Maria Windhager. She is a lawyer in Vienna. She focuses on media law and also public media law, fundamental rights, human rights. She's the author of numerous publications. Your full name, please, Maria Windhager. Do you have any personal or professional relationship with any members of the jury? The answer is no. Your statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the names in the text were changed to some extent to protect privacy of some people. I was born into the sect. I knew who my mother was. I did not have a father because all of the members were our mothers and fathers. I first remember that at the age of 3 or 4, I was abused first, but most likely that is what I recalled. Somebody told me it started when I was a baby. It happened on a daily basis in the studio, and several people were present. I was abused on numerous occasions every day, and the message I got was, nobody would help me here. I do believe that you can all remember how large an old man's tongue feels inside of the mouth of a 4-year-old. I almost lost my mind. I yelled out loud, and he called me literally the child who almost loses his mind. Nobody listened to me. Lisa then joined the sect. She was invited to watch what he was doing. She started her routine, and a lot of younger children joined in. Lisa and I, at that time, were supposedly best friends, but we were colleagues. We shared a secret, which is to say, to his pleasure, 2 school uniforms were bought, and pictures of us in the school uniforms were taken. At that time, one member that was referred to B to check the laws, which is to say, in case of penetration, what would be the punishment. I think it was 6 years or so, and the response I got, for example, to take cold showers. I was tied to posts, etc. I was isolated and put into a straitjacket, etc. I fought a silent fight. Very often I tried to disappear, to escape, and people were put in charge to get me back, especially people who I felt close to. And girls that came and joined made my life easier, but it never stopped. The intervals, however, became larger, but the abuse never stopped. When I was 7 years old, he was looking for other men to join in when the abuse happened. There was one man who I preferred because I had developed some routine. I think I was 7 or 8 years old. Shortly after my 30th birthday, he had a full grip off on me. literally. He had to plan the rape because I knew all of his tricks, and I caught him several times. But finally, I was caught in the trap, and I hid my face, and I said, "I don't want that, I'm afraid." And his response was, well, he just locked the bedroom door. That was the second rape 2 months after my 30th birthday. When I was 14 years old, Mühl was charged, and he quickly acted and he blamed others. So he set up a list of men who allegedly were to have intercourse with me and other girls. When he was arrested, the sect was dissolved. I was 15 years old. I had one miscarriage, one abortion, and many years of sexual abuse behind me. A lot of interrogations by police officers who threatened me to also be charged. I then thought, now he's finally away, now he is imprisoned, now I can finally speak up, and all those men and women who should have been fathers and mothers will finally listen. I was really that naive. I was portrayed as a liar. People said, we cannot believe you, you're just getting on our nerves. Why are you not happy about this attention that you got from Otto Mühl? And the list could be continued. The only one to understood us was Florence Bonnier and H, who made sure that when the sect was dissolved, we were actually fed. And I thought, well, but what about society? They should finally understand me, because they will object to everything that happened here. I had a lot of hope. I did not know what society was, but I was ready to discover society. The response I got was big exhibitions in large museums, many articles focusing on him, on his social experiment, and no talk at all about the crimes and the art scene. No, the entire left fully supported him. Time had passed, but the disrespect continued, both on the part of the members of the sect, of the commune, and society. Let me give you a couple of examples. Almost the entire art scene in Austria signs a petition for his early release. Then, in the Mack Museum, a black and white picture of me naked as a small child in the sect. And above that, a picture of an oversized portrait of his penis. That made me sick, and I had to leave the museum. Then, for example, when I'm in a train station, I see a picture, an oversized picture of him while he abused me. And my heart was racing, I was trembling all over, and then finally the dreadful end to everything. He's released from prison, and he's then invited to the Burgtheater Theater to give a lecture, and I fall into severe depression. Now, when I now use the term cooperative, that is the Friedrichshof, that is actually that body that administered the museum until it was dissolved. What about the responsibility? Is the responsibility of the cooperative to be born? The individual members, yes, they are responsible. It's the direct successor, if you will, of the sect. It administers the dreadful place where all of the crimes happened, and the guru is being marketed. So how can you not hold the cooperative directly responsible and liable? I know, and I'm well aware of the fact that when the sect was dissolved, this was a hard time for all the previous members, full of uncertainty. Most were responsible for children, and I can understand that those difficult times were not the right place to think about what had happened. But many years went by, not just a couple of years. 35 years went by, and after the sect was dissolved, I fought a very difficult fight, but it was not successful. What I would have needed, was understanding, and those that lived at Friedrichshof certainly sympathized with me. When I revisited the Friedrichshof, I was never silent. I clearly spoke out, and of course, nobody still living there was happy about me. They did not believe me, and this idyllic environment was threatened. Otto Mühl continues to be rejoiced. He gets great income, many royalties, exhibitions are organized. I spoke about this with many curators, but they just did away with my concerns, and they did not give me a voice. The naked images of those little girls were marketed and sold. The cooperative leads and operates a seminar hotel at a place where children were abused, and all of this is marketed as if this was a place for tourists. So it was said that the cooperative, and that was said in a letter sent to the victims, that they thought about paying us damages. It took them 30 years to deal with the crimes and to think about proper damages to be paid, and they just promised us 2 shares, literally, in a property where all of those crimes and offenses happened. In the email sent to us, did not mention at all for what apparently we were to be paid damages. Not possible, apparently. I did not accept that offer, of course. And I just laughed about this. And then a single exhibition was organized without any contextualization, no mention at all of what crimes had happened. And the list of the crimes is very long, mind you. Now, at all points was I aware of the fact that he was a pedophile, and then all of the children were at risk. And he did not understand, literally, the consequences of what he was doing, because there was no empathy at all. When I read the first report of his life in Portugal after release, I knew immediately that he continued to exercise and practice sexual violence, and all former members of the commune should have known. A pedophile who did not understand and grasp the consequences of his crimes. How can such a person be surrounded by children again? All information was available to everybody, and everybody should be well aware of the fact that we, as witnesses, of course, did not report everything, and most likely things were way more difficult and dramatic than heard in a court. Time for me to act. I talked with Brit and other members of the sect, not just once, but repeatedly. I spoke to the former judge of the former trial, and she told me that I needed to act in Portugal, and then I talked with the newspaper Der Standard in Austria. And it was literally a waste. The editor-in-chief at that time had bought a property, and he had become friends with former sect members. So a great article was published in the Standard about an exhibition of Otto Mühl in the Louvre in Paris. So that was a huge setback. I gave up. I became depressive. Now, the only person who tried to prevent that Otto Mühl continued to exploit children and abuse them is François Boignier. Thank you very much to you. What about the rest of the former sect members, commune members? The trial was a matter of the past, but all of this information should have been public knowledge now. Now, everybody should have come to understand the risk. Everybody should know that sexual violence continued in Portugal. But there were consequences. The members of the cooperative continued to lead their lives, and Otto Mühl's art is being continued. And the victims continue to suffer. They are unemployed, several suicide attempts, a lot of therapy, suicide attempts, imprisonment. I'm not speaking on behalf of everybody, but for those who had a hard time. The older children, those who grew up in the sect. The list is very long, and I do believe that the consequences should be known to everybody. Hardly anybody of the adult members felt responsible. Mostly it was us, the children ourselves, who supported each other. That was a very valuable resource, but at the same time it was a burden, because due to the ties with your brothers and sisters, you were confronted with additional suffering. In 2024, one suicide attempt of a friend and sister. Another one was taken to a hospital, and one brother is really in bad shape. Another one is in prison, and that hurts. Hans Schröder, thank you very much to your year-long support for a different approach to Otto Mühl. Thank you very much, Hans, for that. And despite the know-how about the consequences suffered by the victims, nothing had changed in terms of the behavior of the cooperative, and all of the members are responsible. And let us say that conduct with regard to the past, and that goes to all former members of the sect, really made my own healing process a lot harder. What has that done to me? What would it do to every victim? If you're struggling with the consequences of that, and the adults and the former members do not acknowledge the wounds, no, the perpetrator is even celebrated, and the museum is built for him. At the age of 15, I was left all by myself. I did not have any family members. I was left all alone, and many years of sexual violence done to me, not just really by Otto Mühl, but by other men of the sect, and also dreadful interviews by police officers. It was not a good start into adult life, but then I learned about a nude photo or painting that was auctioned off, and I was 9 years old, and this picture was taken of me. There was no title really, and my name was even then later on attached to the picture, so everybody knew really who this photo was about. But it's not just this photo or painting, also other images of other girls continue to be sold by the cooperative. Dealing or critically reviewing with the past, and many disputes within or with the cooperative have prompted me to literally give in. What are my demands? The victims of the sect should finally be recognized. Their suffering should be recognized. And even though claims may be time-barred, I do believe it is high time that we receive damages. Apologies, I no longer need them. I waited too long. I think what I want is a different perception, really, of him and his art by society, and the perspective of victims is more important than his reception as an artist. Thank you very much. No applause, really, but okay.
Jury wird mangels Anwesenheit.
Because the client is not here, there will be no questions from the jury. I would now like to ask Ruth Bourgogne to join us as the fourth respondent. She is a psychotherapist for children, adolescents, and adults in Zurich. From 1981 to the end of 1990, she was a member of the Friedrichshof community. which she and others have described as a cult. After its dissolution, she remained part of the Friedrichshofs Housing Cooperative, FHG.
Darf ich Sie um Ihren vollständigen Namen?
Could I ask you please for your full name? Ruth Bourgogne. Do you have a professional or personal relationship with members of the jury? No.
Meine Frage auch an Sie.
So my question to you as well, perhaps could you
Für den Einstieg und den Ausstieg aus der
tell us your reasons for entering and leaving the commune? Well, as cults usually do, I was recruited in October 1981. I was a psychology student. There was a black board with an invitation to come to Friedrichshof as a kind of living experiment. My boyfriend, the first boyfriend I had and who I loved very much, whose brother was already a member of the commune, they raved about it, and they said as a psychology student I should be open for such experiments in life, and this was such a great thing, I should try it out. So I ended up there. I was completely overwhelmed by experiences that were very borderline. So men came up to me and they whispered into my ear how attractive I was, who was very free and open sexually, and they thought I was great and they wanted to have me. And I was just overwhelmed, bowled over. Is that right? Do they want me? Am I really that fantastic? Are they serious? And at the same time, my boyfriend was so enthusiastic. So I was faced with the decision, do I break up with him now or do I become part of the commune? And I tried to stay with him, which of course was immediately not the case. So I was quite sad. We had to break up. And I was told, true love hurts. Here you can be free, you can have free sex, and you're not dependent on any kind of loving relationship or ties. And this really entered my brain, and then everything was kicked off at that point. But I went in of my own accord. Thank you very much for your opening statement. I would like to ask the jury to pose the questions. Svenja, please. Then Ms. Mosler. So what was going through your head when you were listening to the report just read out by Ms. Windhager of the member of the commune? I know this report.
Und mir ist gestern, als Frau
Yesterday,
Jasmin Matuk gesagt hat,
as Jasmin Matuk said, believe the villains. And that really was anchored in my head. I saw that early on and I believed it, but I was not capable of doing anything. And that was the key point. You have to believe, and secondly, you have to take action.
und ganz sicher die FAG
The FAG, myself and other cult members, failed completely and for a very long period of time.
Und dann wieder Svenja Plaus.
Ms. Mosley and then Svenja, please. I would like to go back to your time as a member of the cult, as the commune. Were there any attempts from people on the outside or visits from people on the outside? And if there were visits,
Ansagen für die Kinder, wie sie sich zu verhalten haben?
Or were there any instructions to the children as to how to behave?
Es ist sogar so, dass die Schule
Yes, well, it was a public school, or a school under public law, but it was a private school. The school inspectors announced that they would be visiting. These were not spot checks carried out spontaneously by the authorities. In Burgenland, it was Perschi who was the school inspector, but this was under the Social Democrats under Kreisky. But here we rehearsed a play. They came and we put on a performance for them. And Perschi a woman was assigned to a woman who carried out a relationship with them. This is called love bombing in cults, and that was done in a targeted way. Svenja, please, or however you want to go about it. Do you want to follow up very briefly? Yes. I would like to talk about the school inspectors. Were there other visits from members who were not in the cult, people on the outside. I would like to know about what happens in the context. Yes, artists were invited who visited. I can't remember their names. Probst. For example, you see this in Mumok. There were many artists who were invited to come visit us there. Back to fucking Cambridge, for example. But there were many other artists, of course. Kreisky, I'm not sure if he came directly in person, but there was a systematic influence that was carried out. You have to picture this as akin to a mafia. So there was political influence that was exercised. For example, there were cult members who were part of the Social Democratic Party who exercised their influence there within a party. Svenja, please. I would like to touch on what you called failure. And I think that that is definitely worthy of recognition, that you said that you believe that you failed. How would you explain this failure looking back on that time? Katrin has already touched on this, how cults work. This is a mixture of fear and affection. Otto Mühl was a very strong personality. On one hand, he could really make you quake in your boots. But as soon as you were submissive to him or you collapsed or you were broken down, he would be very tender and very loving. And he was the highest member of the hierarchy. So this was a group dynamic, if you will, where everybody was part parcel of the same movement. And you were infantilized. You could just let yourself go. And you could fall increasingly into this dependent role. Was that your question? Yes, thank you. Ms. Mosley, during your period at Friedrichshof, were there people who left the cult? What was your position on those persons? What was the group's position on people who left the commune? I think this is something that Katrin touched on as well. Everyone who left the group or the cult, every time they left, they were a persona non grata, they were an enemy. We had cut off all contact with that person. There was bad talk about that person, they were bad talked, and then we didn't talk about them anymore. Even rumors were spread about that person who left. So they were completely demonized. So, Svenja, please. Were there mothers or mothers and fathers, for example, who just grabbed their children and left the cult, who did not want to participate? There were maybe a few. There's one example that I know of. A mother who was rather high up in the hierarchy, and her child, while she was the head of a group, suffered from a fever attack and even suffered from a cardiac arrest and was rescued by a member of the cult. And she took that as an opportunity. She seized that opportunity to remove child from the commune. I think there were others who left, but I don't know the details of those cases. But there were very, very, very few. And many people don't understand how this could be possible. How could mothers leave their children and subject them to this situation? I have to explain that Otto Mühl, from the very beginning, from the birth of first child in Friedrichshof, he gave a speech about mothers' illnesses, and he called on everybody to continually supervise mothers because they could inflict this family damage on their children. And many mothers, unfortunately, believe that. Mothers were told that you are the worst mother of all. Are there any more questions? Yes, you are representing the cooperative today. You are part of the cooperative and you live there? No, I live in Zurich. I'm simply a member. Would you say, as you talked about in terms of your complicity, is there perhaps a more uniform opinion in the cooperative about that? Of course, there is a wide array of positions.
Die Genossenschaft anfänglich, also nachdem die Kommune
When the cult was dissolved and cooperative was founded, we still had people who
Denkmustern verhaftet waren,
were caught up in this type of thought pattern,
geführt haben. Also das
and they were the leaders in this cooperative. So they worshipped Mühl as an artist.
peu à peu verkaufen kann,
They were able to sell the works off one by one.
aufrechtzuerhalten. Ich denke, am Anfang war es auch noch ein Ort, wo allein
I think this was also a place where single mothers could remain,
also da war auch
could
durchaus
live.
hat es auch etwas Soziales, dass man die nicht dass
So it had a social component. It wasn't that everything just fell apart,
hat sich da sehr bequem gemacht und auf Dauer
but the cooperative has tried to take the easy way out in selling works. And they have done this in a very unreflected way, and they have continued to worship Otto Mühl, and I think that they have continued in this way in their complicity. As a person who's a member but doesn't live there,
gar nichts davon wissen wollte.
I have to say that I didn't want to know anything about it. I averted my gaze.
Sozusagen, dass wie viele andere auch
Many other people did as well. I just turned my back and left them to do their business. It was at a very late stage that I decided to get involved.
dass Paul den Film machen konnte, musste er ja Zugang zum Archiv zu haben.
For the film to be made, they had to have access to the archive, and this was a democratic decision. There was a great deal of resistance, in fact. And I remember that I said that this is the least of what we owe to the second generation, that they can work through this biography of theirs, and then this was approved. As Karin had said 3 years ago,
Die Sammlung
when the collection was sold as a package, this was a democratic decision as well, but there were certainly many people who disagreed with that move.
dann klar, jetzt verfügt die
And it was clear that cooperative, for the first time, has money
Entschädigungszahlung
and damages
auch mit.
could be paid out, and this could be an appropriate step, and that's when I got involved. Svenja, please. I would like to go back and discuss this zeitgeist of the 1968 movement and sexual revolution. You said that there was a lot of alternative living experiments, and you wanted to break down the family construct, these bourgeois ideas and structures. You said that Friedrichshof all of a sudden became totalitarian. But if you are to look at this zeitgeist, it was very anti-bourgeois. Or was that something that was in place, or is that something that Otto Mühl took and fashioned into something else? For example, that families, how did families fit into that, and the idea of freedom? Or is there did this open the way, pave the way, if you will, toward a totalitarian system where they wanted to completely abolish the family construct?
Psychopath war,
I think Otto Mühl was a psychopath who had a very fine heightened feeling of how to manipulate people, to communicate with people, and he was able to influence people to act on his behalf in his favor as he wished. So it has nothing to do with the very basic idea that was propagated at the time. Yes, of course that happened, yes.
einen ersten Vorschusslorbeeren gegeben.
And he was able to reap the benefits
Sie ist nicht als seine
from the
Leistung.
beginning, but I don't see that as any achievement of his. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Ms. Mosler?
Dieselbe Frage zum
The same question as to his works.
Zeitdokument haben wir gehört, mehrmals diese
We've heard repeatedly
errichtet,
that a museum was set up
gerade ausgeführt, dass auch
for his works, and you've also said that the cooperative benefited financially. What is your position on the Ash paintings and the Vienna Action as a museum
jetzt konfrontiert ist?
and the art that we're now confronted with? I have a very critical position, both the sale, which was not something that the second generation wanted,
Jetzt nicht vorstellen,
and
dass
I cannot imagine that the pictures that were created during the cult period would be kept in storage. Why? But they're there to be sold. Everybody's talking about the ash paintings. But you can see the paintings, the work. You cannot see the suffering depicted there, but it's still inherent in them. For example, the Rutschbilder, the slide pictures. Supposedly, Automüll skated across them in rubber boots. That is not the case. There were young girls who were pulled across the canvas, and these were girls that were subject to sexual violence. You cannot see that depicted in these pictures, in these paintings. Then you have the landscapes. And for a large degree, these were created on the Pandorfer Heide in the heath by children. This was, they were subject to psychoterror. There, Automüll was the master. Everybody had to cooperate and participate. And this had nothing to do with freedom and artistic freedom. You cannot see that in the pictures. The pictures are beautiful, but it is horrific. Are there any other questions? Robert Haller. A question. But I don't know the answer to it, but maybe you know the answer. If you could succeed on the basis of the sale of the works by the Commune and Mühl to generate money to pay damages to the victims, let's assume that you could find an agreement in order to somehow benefit the victims, then you could you not be interested in increasing the works of Automüll through victims and sales? I think that question is very cynical. I'm sorry. That is your answer. Are there any other questions? Sophia, please. Do you believe that Automüll is an artist? Or did he just exploit art? He exploited art for his purposes, to maintain his position as a guru. Many people believe that a cult has to provide a religious message of salvation. No, it can promise something commercial, it could promise something artistic, and this cult, it promised salvation, and it was that if we followed Automüll, then we would be free. And the children would be the freest of us all, because they were systematically instrumentalized, manipulated, and subjected systematically to violence, not just the girls, but also the boys. The boys were subject to sexual abuse and exploitation, not by Automüll, but also by the high-ranking women. Another question. Any more questions? Sophia, please. So this was through the vector of art. So becoming a free individual, of course, ties into artistic freedom. Yes, the provocations that he carried out. Yes, of course, he was talking about presenting himself to the public. It was possible for him to code switch. Today I'm going to say this, tomorrow I'm going to say that. And he did this under the cloak, a dagger, if you will, of art. And everybody would say, well, look at you, you're all surprised, you're amazed, because I'm such a genius. And I seriously doubt his genius. I think that is not the right question. Svenja, please. This is a very key point. It's not just sexual violence committed by Automüll, by the women, but by the women who surrounded him or were associated with him. Maybe you could talk about that. Was there sexual violence committed by the high-ranking women vis-à-vis boys? Yes. You have 1 more minute. Yes? When we saw the criminal charges presented, and we had witness reports, there was pressure to undermine the authoritative position of Automüll by pointing the finger at people who were complicit. Yes, a lot of the high-ranking women were jealous,
dass so viel Gefallen an den jungen Mädchen findet.
particularly because he had such a preference for young girls.
Naja, dann mach doch das Gleiche.
And so he turned the tables on them and said, why don't you do the same? It's up to you to follow suit.
Es sind vielleicht nicht nur die allerobersten Frauen, das weiß ich nicht.
And maybe it wasn't all the high-ranking women.
Weiß ich nicht.
I don't know the details on that, of who exactly was involved in something like that, but it was also common practice
Jugendlichen wurden von Anfang an auch die
that
Sexualität, sie waren Zeuge davon.
teenagers witnessed sexual assault. It was omnipresent. And all of this was, quote unquote, healthy. Thank you very much, Ms. Borgonia. Your time is up. Thank you very much for your comments.
Als fünfte Auskunftspersonen bitte ich
The fifth respondents now, Ida Klee and Sarah Good, they represent the Matilda Group. Matilda is a fluid group of contemporary witnesses and artists, cultural producers, and also research artists whose work is based on the children's experience of psychological and sexual violence in the Mühl sect. Ida Klee and Sarah Good have been working conceptually and also as curators with the Matilda Group since 2019, actually, and it is about a critical reassessment of Mühl's art, and both lived involuntarily as children in the sect. The presenter mispronounced, actually, involuntarily in the sect. Your full names, Ida Klee and Sarah Good. Do you have any work or professional relationship and personal relationship, of course, with any members of the jury? No. Could you please tell us how was Matilda set up and a summary of the corporation? Now, Matilda wants that the so-called art of Mühl is reviewed again in the light of what we know right now, even before the group used violence. What does it mean to review a new research? The thesis we have put up is he was the mirror of society. Well, response to the question of how Matilda was set up. Matilda was a response to the big exhibition of Mühl's work that was organized at Friedrichshof, and the curator referred to Vienna actionism, prison art, and the art of Mühl from his exile without any contextualization. And the name given to our project was Matilda, and this was an appeal that went out to all members or children of the former sect, and we asked them to join the project to provide a proper context for his art. Also, it's very important to note that we're not speaking on behalf of all the more than 100 children. We're just a small group, and we want to draw the public's attention to what happened here. Thank you very much for your introduction. Jury, please, Sophia. I'm curious to get an answer to my question. In Germany, we call what happened there a sect. However, in Vienna, people seem to prefer the term commune of artists. So why do you believe there is this tendency to cling to this? And what is your opinion? Was that a sect or an art commune? Well, as you've said, in Germany, people use the term sect, and sectarian research has been using the term sect for a long term. If you use an art commune or a commune of artists, is the art market, museums, and to them it's really of greater advantage to continue this narrative. He broke taboos, so therefore, it's just a lot easier to continue the narrative. And honestly, that aspect may, for example, be even more interesting to some curators. Somebody said, a curator said in an interview recently, that just is, you know, the extra spice, if you will. That just spices up his work. Do you believe that Mühl should be taken out of the art canon? And if so, should his work be shown at all? Well, people make a difference between Vienna actionism and art created by the sect or during the sect. We do believe that both aspects are problematic, and especially also within the light of Vienna action painting, actionism, researchers should have a closer look at Mühl. We always have the feeling that whenever we talk about the art canon of Vienna actionism, that everything is settled, the narrative has already been told, and nobody wants to change this. Now, Mühl's story is known to everybody. He was a criminal, he's a pedophile, he's a convicted felon, and maybe even in the 60s there was evidence that he even abused children when he was an art teacher at school. And when he set up the Mühl sect, he started openly acting in a fascist manner and in an authoritarian dictatorship manner. And we ask ourselves, why are those aspects forgotten? Why can Mühl not be separately viewed and cannot be taken out of the canon? Is really like the holy grail of Vienna actionism that seems to be very valuable in Austria. Svenja, you've just given an answer to one question, but a follow-up question. Did you know who your parents were? In part. Well, of course, I knew who my mother was. I did not know who my father is. I was not born there. I got there at the age of 1.5. Can I ask you, have you ever confronted your parents or your mothers with what had happened? Any open conversations? For many years, and they support us in our work. It's been a long process, but yes, very fruitful. Sophia, please. What about the director of the Vienna Actionist Museum, especially when she's confronted with your statements? You are saying, for example, it's always about money and it's hypocritical to say, for example, well, you could have an interest, for example, in those paintings being sold at a higher price, etc. Let me rephrase that a bit differently, or let me phrase that differently. A short while ago, we passed a museum, and a 4-meter poster of Mühl dressed in a suit, and there's a nude, or a picture of a nude buttocks, really, of a woman. And so who's responsible? Where is the responsibility? More than 100 children, many of them live in Vienna. So this should be a no-go. This is simply tasteless. Silence, please. A question before had to do with the museum. Of course, you know, the term museum, the concept of a museum is not protected, but the Vienna Actionist Museum, first and foremost, is an association of investors with a great financial interest in keeping the standing of Vienna-based actionism high to get more proceeds of the sales. So research does not exist at all, and we don't see any opportunity to have Mühl exhibitions in the future without asking different research questions. Next question, please. So, you've mentioned several times now that you would like to see a proper contextualization of his work and maybe not just his work, but beyond that, I assume that you have specific ideas as to how proper contextualization could look like. I'm curious to learn about your ideas and also your positions as to exhibitions of him. Time and again, we are asked as whether we would like to see exhibitions. Of course, we can contribute to this, but I do believe an invitation to contextualize him is not sufficient. I do believe what we need is, in the light of everything we know now, and especially in the light of all of the violence that happened, and this is something that is permanent in that type of art. He always was violent towards others, never to himself. So we need to get different research, and this is something we cannot answer for ourselves. We need a new scientific approach. Right now at MUMOC, for example, at the museum, we take him out of the frame, and rather it's a kind of ethnological framing. He transferred that onto bodies. He worked with the bodies of others. Therefore, he can no longer be regarded only as an artist. Thank you very much for that. Sophia.
Was wünscht ihr euch vom Staat Österreich?
What would you like to have the state of Austria do? To come to terms with the past, to review and revisit the past, actually, that people ask themselves, what did we overlook? What did we fail to see? Who was responsible at the time? That's one aspect. And the museums, how should I put this? Well, have a clear mandate to fulfill. It is their responsibility. They're educating young people nowadays, and they need to ask themselves what was the context of the creation of the art we are showing here. Svenja, and also why is Mühl always separated here? Where's the difference made between the artist, between the human being? We kept talking about sect here today, but the action is Mühl is always a separate story. For example, those black and white photos that are seen. And if we have a look at the entire video footage, for example, that has been made, we will be able to learn that everything really that is cancelled by museums in order to be able to show an exhibit of Mühl in the first place. And that is a lot. Specifically, what should happen with his art, with his paintings, photos, etc., that are collected now, that come from Friedrichshof? They should not belong to a regular art exhibition. They should go to a museum of ethnology. Robert, please. From your perspective, is there any heritage, any artistic heritage, really? The movies, the videos, Altenberg, or all other things produced by the group, and you could say, well, something was created here that should be preserved. Something that should not just, let us say, was not contaminated by Mühl, by him as a human being. I do not believe we should distinguish between right or wrong. And for example, there is a portrait of a child really that is portrayed as Hitler. So Hitler returns to art, for example, and then teachers at the University of Art were shot. So this is not reflected at all. This is a movie that was made, and I was when I, for example, left the sect, I painted swastikas, but because I did not know that swastikas were bad. That is what we learned. Therese Schumeister, Back to Fucking Cambridge, was a movie that was made. Famous, well-known artists, for example, were depicted, and pedosexuality plays a large role, and the minor actors were the victims of sexual violence. And that is so hypocritical, and that is seen in his movies, in his films, in his videos that were produced by the sect, by the group. Do you know whether there are any survivors, any perpetrators that are still alive? The answer is yes. Yes, many of them, and no charges were brought against many of them. Direct follow-up question. Have you ever considered filing charges? Well, all of these claims are time-barred. The whole system could just work, let's say, by the complicity of the older generation, and many have regretted their actions in the meantime. Many haven't. So what is your perspective from today's perspective? Let us say, this older generation, what would you tell them? Well, those that have not woken up, I would like to tell them, please wake up. It is high time to wake up. I understand that it is painful to look back and say, well, hey, nothing I can be proud of. And the art was really the only excuse, if you will, for those lives. And for us, it would be very important that they support us as well. Yes, that they support us. Faiba. I wanted to ask you, apart from Otto Mühl and his wife Claudia, has anybody been convicted? I do believe the finance officer, I don't remember correctly, because he demanded to have an impact on witnesses and to bribe witnesses. Do you believe that the criminal law, the penal law, and the code actually should be changed so that those claims are no longer time-barred? Is that something you were hopeful for? If you don't want to answer the question, you don't have to answer this. You already said yes. Well, I don't really know. It's hard for me to answer this question. Well, the system within the commune was described before at great length, why people remain silent, why they became complicit in the crime. Why do you believe have artists and also politicians remain silent and turn a blind eye to what has happened for such a long time? How come? I believe that first of all, and Catherine Gerard already spoke to this, there was an excellent ground laid by the commune. Back to fucking Cambridge also spoke to that. And many people were invited, and a different society was portrayed there, a rosy image of the commune. Actionism was a very important narrative for the post-war movement in Austria and for the Austrian identity, the '68 movement. For them, the commune was extremely important, and that was convenient, and all of our narratives interfered with that narrative. Well, you talked about post-war movements, etc. You said, for example, that charm was very important, and I do believe that is a very important element. Do you believe, is it time to change sides? Well, those who are responsible for organizing exhibitions without proper contextualization, and I do believe they are to blame, and they are responsible for maintaining this glorified image of Mühl as a great, wonderful artist. Any further questions? Sophia? No questions. Then thank you very much to both of you. Oh, actually, there is one final question. Faber. To put all of this into a wider context, what about the Me Too movement? Do you believe it has contributed to, let us say, people coming to terms and reviewing this part of history? And has that maybe been of relevance to your work? I do believe so, yes. There were attempts, interventions, for example, with the Leopold Museum or MAC, and we interfered in large-scale exhibitions, and Me Too is very critical of those hierarchies and the power structure, and it becomes even clearer what happened at the Commune. But honestly, of course, now we have more platforms, but still something I do not see that Mühl's actionist art is being reviewed and revisited, especially against the backdrop of the fact that the model was 16-year-old and the artist was 45 years old, and very often brutal violations and attacks happen. And many videos nowadays are still posted on fetish and pornography websites. And 1 minute. And against this backdrop, I do believe in this context, proper contextualization still has not happened. Do you believe that Otto Mühl was an artist, or did he just use art as an excuse for his fantasies? Yes, definitely. He abused art, most definitely, to exert violence, sexual violence, especially in actionism. We can see where art stops and his love of violence goes on, and that is, of course, a big difference whether you use just a canvas for the purpose or you use bodies, real human beings. Thank you very much. So please be respectful. Please be very respectful. Do not applaud. Just let people finish their statement. So thank you very much.
Als sechste Auskunftsperson steht uns Gerald.
The sixth respondent is Gerald Matt. Gerald Matt is a curator, author, and former director of the Kunsthalle Wien. He works at the interface of art cultural policy and the international art market.
Bitte nennen Sie uns Ihren vollständigen Namen.
Gerald Matt.
Stehen Sie in einer
Could you please state your full name, Gerald Matt? Do you have a professional, personal relationship with any members of the jury? No. What would you like to say today?
Ich glaube, dass der Fall
I believe that the case of Otto Mühl
ein guter Anlassfall ist auch,
is an excellent opportunity to gain clarity
über Kunstmissbrauch, aber natürlich auch über das Verhältnis Kunst
on art and abuse, and also artworks and the artist, and to define the law, morality, and art, and define where those lines lie, and also to differentiate that from aesthetics and ethics. Just to give you a very short statement. Yes, thank you very much. Interesting. Jury, please.
Wer möchte fragen?
Who would like to begin?
Was meinen Sie mit Abgrenzung?
So, what do you mean a separation between aesthetics and ethics, specifically? Yes, I can answer that very specifically. So I'm going to out myself as somebody who believes in the dichotomy of art, artworks, and artists, and the artist in his or her personality. Allow me to expound on that.
Und warum sie dort eigentlich nicht gelten kann.
Because some people go beyond these boundaries, and sometimes these boundaries no longer apply. You have to protect the art from the artist and the artist from the art. So, of course, we can go to the early 20th century, Oscar Wilde, for example, who at the beginning was attacked because of his art.
Sozusagen wurde sein persönliches Leben auf seine
And his personal life, and his affair with a young lord was used as a pretext to put him in prison and ruin his career. And his art was then used to judge him, and he was used to judge his art. So I would think that we need to create a barrier wall there. There was a quote from him I would like to put out there. There's no moral or immoral book. Books are good or books are bad. And that's just it. Maybe a second quote from him that I think it's important for me to quote here. He says, there's no moral or amoral art. That doesn't mean that there's no moral or immoral people. So when we're talking about the relationship between art and law, I think this speaks for itself. And when we're talking about Otto Mühl, yes, once again, I would like to ask you to specifically address the issue of Mühl. Yes, in order to come back to the Mühl case, yes, Mühl transgressed these boundaries, but at the moment where an artist, or where the artwork itself is connected to crime and suffering in its creation, then we have to apply different criteria to it, namely the criteria of the law. And the artist, him or herself, and here I'm recalling a debate with Arno Freidem, and this was the opening of actionism, or where actionism played some kind of a role, and there was a debate about Otto Mühl and the entire process of the creation of these works. And my opponent said, is for me, it's quite clear, this is where art is, and this is where the crime is, the criminal. And we must create a clear distinction. But in the case of Otto Mühl, we cannot make that distinction because his artworks were created using a criminal act where he violated the law. And those are the criteria that we must bring to bear in judging his art. Thank you very much. Sophia, please. And then Svenja, once again.
Hallo.
Hi. Hello. I have a question. Do you own any paintings or works by Otto Mühl? No. Do you think it's not aesthetically valuable? Yes, thank you very much for picking up on that. When I remember the large-scale exhibition in the MAG, the Museum of Applied Art, where there was a number of paintings on display. Well, I can say that my expertise in art was rejected, was really not relevant at the time. But maybe you could offer your opinion here. I'm not sure if maybe you are right, but it's also important. I just wanted to know if you owned any Otto Mühl works. I wanted to hear some expertise from somebody who owns works by Otto Mühl. I don't own any. You were talking about the difference between the law and morals, etc., and you said that there are a number of paintings. These are the sliding paintings where you cannot see the violence that was inflicted on the victims in their creation. And maybe this is perhaps legally actionable because somebody was pulled across the picture against their will, but perhaps this is a person who was perhaps or rather certainly sexually violated. But here we don't have a very clear connection. But if we were to recognize that connection, this would mean that Otto Mühl's entire opus cannot be included in any kind of exhibition. They would have to be subject to different criteria than other artists. Yes. But I think that we have to look at what can be put on display, how and where. So if you look at what this claim is, Gutsch said, yes, you could be very polemic and say that some of the works belong in the Vienna Criminal Museum in the 2nd District because they are an expression or evidence of a crime. And if people are part of an artwork who were subject to some kind of coercion or violence, and if they were forced, directly or indirectly, to participate here in the creation of the work of art, if they were indoctrinated in the framework of this artwork, then it's quite clear that we're talking about a criminal activity. This is a crime we're talking about. And this was probably quite clear starting in the 1960s. It's very different than when somebody reveals their totalitarian mindset and they enact that mindset in other types of criminal activities. But we have to apply the law here. I'm talking about the law once again. We have to be very clear that we do not talk about morals here. There are many other debates that involve the moral aspects, but I want to leave that aside for a moment. But what Ms. Gut and Ms. Clay touched on just a minute ago, I think it's very important for us to take a very close look at this, and you have to look at the context in which the works of art were created. Then you have to make that transparent. Of course, this does play into the marketability of these works. Yes. Friba, please. You talked about the aesthetics of the works of Otto Müller and that you did not support that. And I'm talking about his late work, and that you had to make a clear distinction here between those and morals. But we're talking today about his oeuvre. We are talking about it in the context of crime, or because of the crime and not in spite of the crimes that were committed. Yes. I believe that many of these exhibitions are held under the auspices, so to speak, of sensationalism. They are subject to massive competition when it comes to eyeballs and attention. So if you have a work of a controversial artist on display, controversial can be, of course, interpreted as you will. Of course, this generates a great deal of hype and attention in the media and among the public. It doesn't justify this in any way morally. So my follow-up question, the Vienna Congresses were advertised against the backdrop of the Otto Müller case and not Matilda or recontextualizing. Do you think that here the Vienna Festival has contributed to increasing the value of Otto Müller's works? It's being streamed. We have the Standard Forum participating here. No, I don't think so, because it's a very different context here. We're not a museum that is displaying these works in a renowned and accepted context and a highly valuable context or forum. Just the opposite. Yes, thank you very much. Svenja, please, and then Robert, please. Well, if this format does not contribute to increasing the value of his works, what about the Vienna Actionism Museum? Do you think that those actions could contribute to increasing the value of his works? Well, as long as the museum places its focus on actionism and the movement as such, and which was over when Otto Müller had founded his commune, and of course does not address Otto Müller's totalitarian views, then no. But anything else, of course, is a different question altogether. You talked about the problem of morals. What about the Me Too movement? Is the Me Too movement a threat to artistic freedom? Well, as long as the Me Too movement focuses on criminal activities, issues that are relevant under criminal law, then no. I believe there was an issue in Berlin where a Green politician was subject to legal action due to sexual assaulting, I believe, and of course he endangered his career. Then yes, that's something we should take a look at. So if I've understood you correctly, you exempted the early works of Otto Müller from your aesthetic judgment. Of course, you have to look at that in the context of other artists as well. All of this must be subject to a proper investigation and analysis. But as long as any sexual assault or criminal assaults are associated with these works, then I think that we can set those considerations aside. But I'm not the non plus ultra expert when it comes to actionism. So I really can't take an opinion on that. I didn't quite get to the end of my question here. I remember I work by Otto Mühl in the 1960s, and I believe that Konrad Adenauer was involved there. And I thought that was aesthetically very interesting, and I thought it was politically very interesting as well. If you can recognize that picture that Adenauer was not a good person. That's why there's a very difficult question inherent here. Can it be that a evil criminal is a ingenious artist and can create works that are relevant for society? And the question then that arises from that is, what do we do with those works? Well, I think we have to make a clear distinction between the art itself and the person. I think Caravaggio was also cited. He was a murderer, but that was completely irrelevant when it comes to assessing the aesthetic value of his work. I believe that a cardinal appreciated him so much that rescued him from his legal problems and sent him to Malta. And of course, as long out of sight, out of mind. And sometimes these things get swept under the rug. Of course, you have to make a distinction. You have to separate these two aspects. Particularly the case of Mühl, I see this once again as a perfect example in favor of the freedom of art and art itself, but not that the freedom of the artist. And I think we live in a democratic society here. And if we were to limit the scope of art, then this would go hand in hand with the limitation of people's basic freedoms. But once again, if a work of art is connected to criminal activities, then we must look at that through that lens. Corpus delictis, for example. Sorry. Fariba, please. I wanted to know your position on Friedrichshof and Otto Mühl's active period there. Was it an art commune or a cult? Well, for me, it was a cult. It was a criminal organization with a leader as such. Sophia, please. So I could ask almost 10 questions, which have... Unfortunately, we have to restrict ourselves to the speaking time. So when we're talking about artistic freedom and the importance of artistic freedom in a free society, so what about artistic freedom? What responsibility does it have in order to remain credible? So if we don't have artistic freedom, for example, then, of course, this does impact and infringe on human rights. Cancel culture, of course, is an issue, and how does that tie in to artistic freedom? We know that conservative politicians are always trying to limit the scope of artistic freedom. So what does this mean very specifically if a society assumes responsibility for these aspects, and where does that begin? I'm not just talking about Mühl specifically, or hanging up a work of Otto Mühl in your living room, for example. That would make me ill. But of course I could do that, but what is the responsibility of society here? I can give you an example. For example, if Chris Burton shoots himself and says that as part of his artwork, then that's his issue. If he was to shoot someone else and say that that's his performance, then that is a criminal matter. And then he would be in prison for life in the United States, or to other things, maybe even the death penalty in the United States. Of course, I think it is important here to make a very clear distinction, and that it enables this discussion. What about, we're talking about children. What about Johnny Depp movies? Have you seen those? Yes. I watch Roman Polanski movies. Woody Allen, for example. But in Woody Allen, for example, maybe that's a different issue because we're talking about subjective feelings. and prejudices. Here we have a decision handed down in a court of law, which is official with regard to these criminal activities. But here we're not talking about that. That is not the case. If you look at Manhattan, we're not talking about criminal activities. We're not talking about child abuse, and we're talking about anything else having to do with Woody Allen and what he's accused of. Okay, thank you very much. And then Venya, please. I think it's very amazing. Andrea Schurian, I don't know if you were here yesterday. Did you hear her opening statement? The opening statement given by Andrea Schurian in the press yesterday. No, I did not see that. She talked about moral accusations leveled at men, and I think it's very interesting when we talk about moral accusations leveled at men. Of course, in my work, I'm often naked, but it's not about separating art from the artwork. We're talking about men, and they're always defended by men. Maybe this has to do with the fact that, unfortunately, and this is changing, of course, we see gender changes being carried out in universities. We see an increasing number of women here who are students in universities, but we have a predominance of men in key positions. We've had it for years now, of course. Yes, I think we will see that relationship or that ratio tipping very soon. There have been a number of assaults that are carried out by women in the cult, may I remind you. Svenja, please. I would like to come back to the Me Too movement. We have radical proponents of the Me Too movement who have called not to play Michael Jackson songs, not to watch Woody Allen movies or Johnny Depp movies, for example. Would you say that this form of actionism is a problem? Yes, I believe this is censorship. And we see that this is moving back and forth across the pendulum. We see this with Donald Trump, and we know that FPÖ was in favor of censorship and ban on art. And now this is the degenerate left that is calling for these bans. This is totalitarianism. This is censorship and nothing more. What do you mean, degenerate? Yes, you have to separate the art from the artist. Yes. I'm sorry, we have to keep up our order. There's one last question. From Fariba Mosley. Would you say that the patriarchal structures that are enshrined in Austrian society, that they perpetuated the system of Otto Mühl? Yes, I think so. I even think that actionism, when it was coming about, of course, was about patriarchal structures. I remember in an interview that I carried out with an Austrian artist. I don't want to say their name because right now he's over 80 years old. And I don't want to disturb his retirement. But he asked me a question and said, well, during the 60s, there were many bars and restaurants, for example. What was the situation with the artists back then? And he said, artists, the female artists. And he said, no, we had women there. They were sitting with us and they were worshiping us. And I left that in the interview, and you might ask me why, but I think I've answered that question. Because you said that at the university you see more and more women as students and as teachers, so you see that there is a transformation taking place there. Can Me Too contribute to that? Of course. But not Me Too that goes so far, or too far, as we've just talked about it. And they are passing a moral judgment. I don't think we have much more time here. May I please complete my sentence, please? We have a very strict procedure here. Yes, I would like to thank you for coming. And you said that this was insult. I would like to ask you to apologize. Yes, I apologize. I did not feel insulted. I thought it was interesting because there's a certain tension between us. Allow me to finish my sentence and then I will leave the stage. So just as to the separation, I believe it's appropriate that our action is subject to limitations. I think it's appropriate for our art to be subject to appropriate limitations. Yes, thank you very much. Silence, please, in the room. And now I would like to move on to the last portion of our session.
Just now, the questions asked by the council. So the members of the council are sitting in the first couple of rows, and now you will have the opportunity to ask the respondents questions. I would like to ask you to please raise your hand, give us a brief introduction, and also tell us to whom you would like to address your question. My name is Ursula. Thank you very much for this Congress. My question goes to the director. How do you feel, actually, when you organize an exhibition of the leader of a sect?
Wie es mir persönlich dabei geht?
How I feel about this? Well, I don't see that at the personal level. I would like to emphasize once again, what we do as a museum is that we do not separate the art from the artist. We don't do that. What I expect from visitors, that they are able to reflect on this, to have a look at the biography of the artist. And very briefly, I would like to take this opportunity, because apparently I'm now the target of your questions, Sophia Süßmilch. Maybe this is an opportunity, or it would be an opportunity for all participants and also our museums if, for example, Mr. Consul would not be deemed this father figure, the monster-like authoritarian figure, and we should view all of this separate of each other, and also please see me as an independent research artist. Okay, please stay with us for a minute. Maybe another member of the council has a question to you. Luisa? My question goes to Ida, Sarah, and the group Matilda. Now, my question is, now my question is, what about the Vienna Congress and the format here? Do you think that is a good format, a good platform to discuss such cases? Or what do you think? A correct or a suitable or not so suitable approach? Every platform is appropriate that gives or opens up room for discussion, and that's why we're here today. Some things should be said and should be heard, and otherwise they're just cancelled or forbidden, if you will. Some things should be made transparent and should be addressed, which is why, yes, we do believe that this is an appropriate format. So, yes, I do believe it was a good idea that we could speak here today. Well, quite frankly, of course, our personal story, our personal history, of course, that has always meant that we were put center stage. And even, before the commune, we just had to comply with what was asked for us. But this format is also a bit tricky, because here people view us, they listen to us, and then they judge us. So therefore, I don't really know whether this is suitable or not. Maybe not. Maybe those issues and topics, questions should be discussed elsewhere, but that is the way it is. Thank you very much. Any questions to the two of them? Dagmar Höfer. I'm a member of the council. There have been a couple of hints made here. And the art policies of that time were addressed. I don't know who to address the question. Maybe Mr. Maat? Maybe you can talk about art policies at that time. So specifically, what is your question, ma'am? So the question, what is your question? So what was the response of representatives of art at that time? Were any mistakes made, and was the approach reviewed? In the 60s, the response was incorrect, was negative, because the actionists revolted against society. And then again, of course, when the 68 generation came into power, all of this changed. Because, of course, personal friendships came into beings and, well, almost marched in unity. They shared the same ideology. Family structures were abandoned, were left behind. It was said in order to achieve a better utopian world. And some said, well, the revolution, of course, leave some victims behind. So there was unity. Both sides wanted to change society, they wanted to change the world, and what happened at the beginning was overlooked. Not everybody was well informed, mind you, and then actionism, even though it was rejected at first, it came to be embraced. We could show the world that post-war Austria and post-war art in Austria was completely different, and we could show the world that we were now open.
Moment, Sie waren zuerst, ja.
Romana Rotschopf. I'm not clear about one thing, and Ms. Bourgogne, when you talked about politicians who turned a blind eye, Bruno Kreisky was mentioned, correct? My question is, maybe you meant Theodor Gehry, who at the same time was the provincial governor of that time, and he had local ties. Yes, apologies. Thank you very much for that. Of course, I did not mean Bruno Kreisky, but Theodor Gehry.
Hallo, ich bin Jason Essel. Ich bin Sexarbeiter und anarcho-kommunistischer Lokal.
I'm a sex worker. My name is Jason, and Yasmin, thank you very much for what you said. Of course, I believe the victims. What question, and to whom? Matilda, if they want to say, and is the WAM a place, a space really, just to increase the value of the art produced with the involuntary aid of some victims, as I would like to call this? Maybe you can repeat the question. Now, is the WAM a place, a space where the value, the worth of the art is just increased, or do you believe a critical debate can happen there? So far, we have not seen a critical debate there. And also, actionism is not critically reviewed, revisited. Here, new feminist positions are just added to this art. No, I don't see any change when it comes to new research perspectives. And continuing to organize such exhibitions as before is also complicit. Thank you very much. You're very courageous.
Gibt es noch ein Mitglied des Rates mit einer Frage?
Any member of the council? Petra Hayek, I'm a member of the council. My question also goes to Ruth Bourgogne. Why are you still a member of the cooperative, and do you still believe that you can achieve something? Thank you very much for the question. Yes, for 3 years now, together with others, a learning journey format was set up. Former sect members, both not members of the cooperative as well as members of the cooperatives, are invited to deal with the past. We have invited experts, and let us say many have awakened. Not all of them. This is a democratic format. Close ties have been created. So you actively need to participate there to represent some progress for the second generation. Any further questions? 2 more questions, actually. You just decide who wants to go first. My question also goes to Ms. Beauregard, Dagmar Schulz. My question is as follows. Who stands to profit from DR of Automühl? In general, I mean financially speaking, everybody who owns work. That was a question that was repeatedly asked. For example, if you ask a couple of former FAG members like Theo Altenberg, they own some of his art. Next question. Martin Zogelmann. Georg Zanger, please. If I understood you correctly, you said there's just personal right if the victim is identified on a painting, in a picture. If, let us say, the abused individual is used to create a work of art and several people know that, should that not be a violation of a personal right? Or should the law not be changed? What are your thoughts on that? Well, I'm a lawyer, and those are the standards I use when making statements. I do believe that a requirement for any violation is the fact that they can be identified in a piece of art. And this has to go beyond the strict limits, which is to say a viewer should be able to identify or must be able to identify or establish the identity of the victim. Otherwise, it would be difficult when it comes to asserting legal claims. That's all I can say. The art scene has been long established and laws have been changed accordingly. I remember in 1971 when Wally Expert and Peter Weibel were convicted of pornography. That is something that would not happen nowadays. Many criteria, many standards have changed throughout time. But of course, raising claims and linking them to the fact that somebody is identified, that makes sense, because otherwise we would open up a whole new sphere, a whole new type of claims that affect only the personal level, but would not be suitable with the framework that should be sanctioned by the law. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your answer. Now, that brings me to the end. Thank you very much to the respondents. Thank you very much to the jury members. And also, thank you very much for your discipline. Apologies, I do believe the chair has forgotten something, namely the summary.
Sorry, I almost forgot again. Svenja Flassbler, not me, no.
Sophia Süßmilch.
My apologies. Sophia Süßmilch, please.
Es tut mir leid, ihr müsst jetzt noch. Nein, es tut mir gar nicht leid.
Sorry, not sorry.
Stellt euch mal vor, man haut euch ganz fest auf.
Just imagine somebody hits you hard on the head. And you have to paint a picture while this is happening. When the picture is finished, your head is broken. Then somebody comes along and buys the painting from the person who hit you. And you say, hey, what's going on here? What's happening? What are you doing? What's wrong with you? What about me? The person who hit you says, you have to separate art and artists. This is important for a free society. Then you have sellers and buyers going on a sailing trip together, and you are told that you can't pass judgment on them. Your position is not neutral. You are biased. In Germany, there's a podcast that's called Ehrenwort. It's a podcast about scandals. I like to listen to it, and few presenters have a favorite country for their scandals, which of course is Austria. They always laugh their heads off when they talk about Austria because it's just so absurd. You can hardly believe it, in fact. And almost every time, it's about how Austria is so small and everybody knows everybody else, and everybody's in each other's back pocket, and it's all about money. Oftentimes, it's pretty funny. It's a tragic comedy, oftentimes. Everything having to do with Automüll is an ongoing scandal that I find to be simply tragic the more I look at it. Or in the case of Glocker, Contat, and the Vienna Actionism Museum, I think this is quite bizarre. Julius Möbel's book said that female artists shouldn't think about artistic freedom, and that Contat was just so passionate about art, and of course it's always about the money. I really wonder who would come up with an idea of creating a showcase of cult art at the site of the abuse where everything happened. Of course, all of this is very democratic. If art and artists can be separated so well, why are beautiful stylized photographs of a swan being decapitated shown, but not the subsequent photos of a woman being raped with the swan's neck? So, if the public is if the audience is grown up and above the fray, then we can show this. Why is this a special case? Didn't Automüll say that this was, everything is one? There are many people who want to hang a Müll up on the wall. And many people in Austria and Vienna want to do this, journalists, politicians, lawyers who have a Müll at home that can't be monetized. Okay, it's easy to worry about artistic freedom. And of course, you're allowed to do that, you're entitled. But the great thing about art is that it spans the spectrum of dissidence. But what about academic freedom? What about the legal system? As far as I know, neither Automüll's time at Friedrichshof nor time in Portugal has been studied academically in detail. In Portugal, by the way, he continued to abuse children after being released from prison, where this was where the Austrian newspapers printed his quote-unquote apology, and the Leopold Museum organized an exhibition dedicated to him, where this is where the great genius, worshipped by his most loyal followers, simply carried on with what he was doing. And if you look at the other Viennese actionists, do you need something to drink? Yes, can I have something to drink, please, Fariba? Thank you. If you look at the other Viennese actionists, there's a clear difference. Automüll uses other people's bodies to transgress boundaries, but not his own. He doesn't do it in a ritualized way either, but chaotically and violently. It's also been said that artists are completely normal people. I don't believe that entirely. I believe that the field of art is, in the case, a gathering place for people who feel comfortable in the freedom of art, because they're very sensitive. They're sensitive natures. I also believe there are many people who quickly understand that even in the world of art as such, this is very important because art does not take place in a vacuum, but in a context. There are people that are proud of the fact that the rules don't apply, that rules applied to the normal don't apply to them. And they are not afraid of transgressing the norm aesthetically, but they also transgress the norms of behavior. In our opening statement yesterday, journalist Andreas Schurian listed a number of artists who had misbehaved morally and criminally, but they were separate from their artistic self. Oops, they were all men, because the concept of genius is masculine and it protects over the centuries. It protected and protects Automüll, and it underpins the fact that his victims' voices have broken through. There's not only evidence that Automüll already had pedophilic tendencies before the Commune, but that he in fact set up a so-called art commune at Friedrichshof because he was able to live out his power fantasies, his sadism, his anti-Semitism, and his pedophilia within this framework. And there have been statements to this effect by forensic psychiatrists. Not one social experiment went wrong. He said all of this was in the service of art of all us, and he said he was the greatest artist of all time. But we are financing the ongoing violence of this narrative distortion. We must be aware of this, that something went wrong, indeed, and nobody could have known. My fellow Austrians, this narrative is a myth, and this excludes an important part of the truth. Those people who experienced the physical and psychological violence of the cult as children, but also adults. They exist here in this real world, and they are in this very room. Somebody has inserted art into their structural violence. Right from the start, Mühl used his artistic past to create a basis of legitimacy for the founding of his cult. For the Kinder in the Commune, art was not an as-if. It was not hypothetical as an aesthetic space. There's film footage, recordings, and eyewitness accounts. We've heard some today. We heard from Catherine Girard and Ruth Bourgogne about the dehumanization, alienation, control, and sadism in the cult. We've also heard how the value of Otto Mühl's works was consciously boosted early on. You are here today. You take responsibility. Just like Hans Schröder-Rosell, they have come to terms with their past and are facing up to their mistakes. The question is, who is not here today? Who is deliberately avoiding this reappraisal of past events? Those from the cooperative of the Success Organization are not here today because they know that they were and are perpetrators, accomplices, and complicit. We heard of the list of cancellations at the beginning, the list of the culture sector's who's who of Vienna. The list is long, and we have to look at this as a society. It's hard to look at it. It's hard to stand to look at it. People were deformed. And then a concept, for example, he comes along and he buys this violent art to enhance it. And he and his investor buddies build a so-called museum around it, in the first district, no less. This is not about concepts or terms such as wokeness, cancel culture, etc. These people are trying to continue to make money in this area. Meanwhile, the children, the victims of this cult, have been abandoned by the Austrian state. They did not receive any compensation, no public apology whatsoever. Who knew what back then? And who was in whose back pocket? Who was protecting who? I can only take the discussion about artistic freedom and the terrible art of Otto Mühl, which is so important to these Viennese accomplices, seriously, again, when it becomes clear as to who's profiting financially from it and who is really suffering as a result. I can take the discussion seriously again only when the public, the responsible actors in the state face up to the responsibility that they bear. That arose from the fact that a violent, sadistic, megalomaniacal, anti-Semitic, homophobic, narcissistic abuser abused artistic freedom in Austria for decades under the nose of the public. If it is clear who from the Social Democratic Party in Burgenland was actually politically responsible at that time, if it is clear which politicians were actually on site and participated in all of this, when it is clear who promoted, financed, and supported the sect, and when it is clear who else was a perpetrator. Because only Otto Mühl and his wife Claudia Mühl were convicted. And people have averted their eyes for far too long in the Mühl case. We must keep our eyes fixed on this issue for artistic freedom and for its credibility, but above all for Ida Clay, for Zara Gutsch, and for the woman whose testimony we heard today, who spoke today, and about what happened to her, and of course for all of the children and adults who survived the cult. It is not too late. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sophia Süß-Mitz.
Ich ergebe mich der Revolte. Damit kommen wir zum Ende.
So this brings us to the close of our first session. We will be back here at 3:30, focusing on the culture of silence and institutional responsibility against the backdrop of the Teichtmeister case.
Steht auf, ihr Töchter und ihr Söhne, steht auf, für aller Menschen.
Ich bitte Sie alle um Ruhe. Ich darf die Kongress...
Can we have silence in the room, please? I would like to ask the Congress Director and her deputy, Alexia Stoefer and Sandra Belzmann, to open the meeting. Thank you very much. I hereby call the afternoon session to order, and I would like to give the floor to my deputy. Once again, I would like to remind you how we're going to proceed. We're going to proceed exactly the same way as before. In the first 10 minutes, the Congress management is going to outline the case and instructs the jury made up of Fariba Mosley, Robert Pfaller, Svenja Blaspüller, Sophia Süß-Milch, and the participants here in the room on the key questions. This is followed by the questions, by the interview of the respondents, by the Congress management and also by the jury. This is going to last 20 minutes. 5 minutes will be used to clarify basic questions, and for the next 15 minutes will be reserved for questioning by the jury. 5, the Council of the Republic will then have the opportunity to ask any questions. And 6, at the end of the interview, a jury member is going to summarize all of the statements made. We would kindly like to ask you to observe the time limits and also to be respectful. In case of any violations, we're going to intervene, and in a worst-case scenario, we're going to clear the room. We also urge you not to applaud or not to express your dissatisfaction. Should this nevertheless occur, we'll call the meeting to order and have the room cleared. We would like to point out that descriptions of sexualized violence might be described during the session. So a trigger warning is therefore issued both for the audience here in the room and for those watching the live stream. This brings us to the second case, institutional responsibility and the culture of silence, the Teichtmeister case. The Congress chair has the floor.
Als zweite Causa des ersten Tages.
So the second case of today
folgendes Thema vor.
Is going to be institutional responsibility and a culture of silence, the Teichtmeister case. That was a topic set by the Republic. Now, public sources tell us the following. Florian Teichtmeister is a famous Austrian actor, both on the stage and on the film. Most recently, he was a member of the ensemble of the Burgtheater when his career came to an abrupt end on January the 13th, 2023, when he was charged by the Vienna Public Prosecutor's Office with possession of child abuse images following a media investigation. And on September the 5th, 2023, he was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment, which is to say, imprisonment of 2 years, but also, in addition to that, he was committed to a forensic therapeutic center. And both measures, as it were, imprisonment as well as transfer to the forensic therapeutic center, were conditionally suspended for a probationary period of 5 years, albeit with instructions. The actor pleaded guilty in full to the offenses with which he was charged. In other words, to possession of roughly 76,000 files showing child abuse. Some of those images had been previously edited by the actor. According to public sources, he said he was a pedophile. Actually, he had a pedophilic disposition and also had a feeling of powerlessness stemming from his childhood, which he wanted to compensate through consuming child pornographic material. In addition, there was also a massive drug abuse, which had led to the escalation of his violent fantasies. He said it was a relief finally to be caught, end quote. There were also consequences under civil law. The Burgtheater sued him for payment of damages it had incurred due to the cancellation of performances due to printing new program booklets and also legal costs. After the Labor and Social Court awarded the Burgtheater just under 20,000 euros in damages in the first instance, the theater appealed, following which the Vienna Higher Regional Court increased the award of damages to 59,725 euros. It was in February of the year, but it rejected the appeal beyond that, and we do not know whether an extraordinary appeal was lodged or not. In other words, I do not know whether the whole trial was concluded with a valid effect. The law, the criminal law that is, was subsequently amended. New offences were introduced and penalties were significantly increased, even though it has been empirically proven that neither threats of punishments nor penalties deter pedophiles from committing their criminal act. Well, apart from that, it is undisputed that Teichtmeister's artistic work is, of course, covered by the legal scope of protection. Let us now move on to the key questions for the jury. Number one, is it correct and also legitimate that the Austrian Broadcasting Corporation has taken productions with Florian Teichtmeister out of the program and no longer broadcasts them? Are the public verbal attacks on Teichtmeister and thus people with a pedosexual disorder disproportionate and already fall in the category of incitement to hatred? 3. Has the Vienna Burgtheater fulfilled its responsibility as an employer from a legal and moral point of view? And 4, do further preventative measures and support structures need to be set up for the TV and film industry to protect those affected by assault, violence, and abuse at the workplace? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would now like to ask the Assistant Congress Chair for the session, Marco Otoya, to read out the cancellations. The following respondents did not accept the invitation of the Congress and will therefore not attend. First cancellation, Marie Kreuzer, director of the film Corsage. Due to lack of time, and also she said that she had to prepare for a new film project. Second cancellation, Alexander Clare, producer of the film Corsage. He did not respond to our invitation. Third cancellation, Andrea Meyer, former State Secretary for Culture. No reasons given. Fourth cancellation, Martin Kujai, former director of the Burgtheater Wien. He is abroad. Fifth cancellation, Markus Schleitzer, from the umbrella organization of Austrian filmmakers, also director and former casting director, did not reply to our invitation. Sixth cancellation, Roland Weismann, Director General of the ORF, the Austrian Broadcasting Corporation. He indicated time constraints. Thank you very much. Now, let us now start with the interviews of the respondents who have accepted our invitation. First, Maria Windhager.
Maria Windhager is an attorney in Vienna, specialized in media law, personality protection law, copyright law, broadcasting and television law, internet law, constitutional law, fundamental and human rights. She is the author of numerous publications. Thank you.
Bitte nennen Sie uns Ihren
Please give us your full name. Dr. Maria Lindhager. Do you have a professional or personal relationship with members of the jury? No.
Meine Frage an Sie ist,
My question to you.
juristisches Resümee
What is your legal summary of the situation
diesem Bereich, sagen wir es.
in this area?
Danke für diese Einstieg.
Well, thank you very much for posing this question at the very beginning, because I would like to say a few words about this morning.
Befragt worden.
I was not asked as a respondent on my own, and I think in connection with artistic freedom, there are a number of legal issues to be clarified. In my opinion, artistic freedom has taken on a great deal of weight, particularly from a legal point of view. I'd like to elucidate that, particularly against the backdrop of the Austrian Constitution. As I see it, private rights are extremely important, and they weigh heavily. I think this because privacy laws in Austria are enshrined in the Constitution, as well as in the European Human Rights Convention, which has already been touched on today. We also have a very strong legal protection of people's dignity, personal dignity. And here we're talking about artworks, and we are faced with a problematic situation where privacy rights, personal rights, are being violated. And as an attorney, I do see a number of aspects that have yet to be touched on from that point of view. There's a great deal happening in this context, in this area, that has yet to be examined and analyzed. So this is a really important opportunity here at this Congress to address these issues that have hardly ever been touched on, or touched on far too little. May I follow up, please?
Unterlassungsklage wegen Verletzung der Persönlichkeitsrechte,
So a lawsuit for dereliction of duty, for example, under civil law.
Unterlassung der Zurschaustellung aufgrund der Verletzung der Persönlichkeitsrechte, weil es zum Beispiel gegen so ein Rutschspiel oder wie das ist.
For example, you could sue to have such a sliding picture by Otto Müll not exhibited and put on display in public. Yes. This is something that is still open. This is subject to case law and is subject to legal interpretation. Mr. Zanger also touched on the aspect of the extent to which the victims are recognizable in the work of art. And of course, those that have been dragged across the canvas, where you cannot see them, you can't recognize them in the painting, whether or not exhibiting these works would be an infringement on their privacy. Well, this is where all the wheels in my head started turning. It's not about whether or not these people are recognizable in the pictures. This is, of course, something we already have in established case law, but we have an active legitimacy because you have a particular connection drawn to a particular person in connection with the work of art. As I said, it's not about whether or not we recognize these people in the work of art. This has to do with Austrian law, copyright law, of course, but this has to do with other connections, because everybody knows exactly who was involved in the production of this artwork. The question is, how many people know about this? What is the scope here that this affects? But I think we have a legitimacy here on the part of the law. How serious are these violations? And how clear does this connection have to be? So here in the legal realm, we have a great deal of interpretation. And if we don't take any action here, then nothing will change. So I think that we still have our work cut out for us on that. Thank you very much for your introductory statement. I would like to give the floor over to the jury. Who would like to pose the first question?
Sophia Süßmilch, bitte.
Sophia Süßmilch, please. You talked about the Burgtheater, and you have offered them legal counsel under media law, and there were reports in a newspaper about an actor where there were police searches of his apartment, and then there was no reporting about that. Yes, I would be very interested to know as well what was going on there. I was indeed contacted by the Burgtheater. I can still remember very clearly what I was doing at the time. I was out of the house, and I was contacted. There was a report in the Kronenzeitung newspaper and in the Standard newspaper where a well-known actor was facing serious charges, or accusations at least, and we are afraid that this is somebody from the Burgtheater, from our ensemble. What do we need to do? So we discussed this case very abstractly. I didn't know who was in question, and the Burgtheater didn't know themselves. They said that it was a well-known actor, but they didn't say who they had in mind, so it was very unclear. So we were we work on the assumption that if this is a well-known actor, then in the next several days we would read about this in the tabloids, and then we would really have a problem on our hands. So my first approach was that you need legal counsel. Of course, there's a question of whether or not they have a duty of care vis-a-vis the accused, but also for the ensemble, for the theater, what would happen with everything else. So we had to do everything in our power in order to clarify this case. You had to do, the Burgtheater had to do everything with no stone unturned as to clarify what was going on in this case. And there was nothing more. There was no follow-up on that. I was no longer asked for my legal counsel, my legal expertise. And I really wondered, where did it all go? Where was the reporting in the media? So what should have happened, in your opinion? Well, I can say, quite honestly, I don't understand why cultural journalism did not pursue the matter quite intensively and investigate. We've talked about the legal possibilities. Of course, this was what we heard about this morning with regard to Otto Mühl and what we need to do from a legal point of view. Of course, people who have a legal background, this is extremely difficult. It's important to have this transfer of knowledge with these institutions. How is this taking place so that people who are affected, leadership, etc., management, or in the media, how do people know what to do and what are the appropriate steps to take? This is a problem that we have in general in our society with the transfer of knowledge. There is a general field of tension when you have interest at play, money at play, that you can receive the proper legal advice. This is a highly specialized area, and you have to have years of experience in order to be able to provide the appropriate expertise. I think that the media know what a disaster the media are. It's a question of money. We know who is behind that with the media, with the deep pockets, and we know what's going on with the media landscape. And of course, this is incumbent on all of us to tackle that issue. It's a responsibility that we all share. It's my opinion that the Burgtheater, the theater, certainly did try to tap into legal expertise, unlike other areas, other institutions. Yes, follow up, please. Yes, thank you. And then Sophia, please. So my follow-up is, so you wondered that the tabloid press was not full with these reports, was not splashed all over the media. Didn't you wonder what was going on behind this smokescreen of this very abstract case? Because behind the scenes there were many people who ended up saying, well, there were rumors and we kind of knew, and they had names at the ready. Well, I think that that in and of itself is a rumor. I was really only asked for my legal experience with regard to media law. They just wanted to know, what do we need to clarify, what is important to stress, what do we need to keep an eye on in terms of potential victims, etc. How could we carry on an in-house investigation? That was my area of expertise, and that's what they were asking me for. The question is, of course, labor law. And this was the main field of law that came into play in this case. What does the employer have to do? And that is not my area of specialization in the law. Of course, it was a question mark for me, but that came later. I have to confess that I really didn't think much on it after that. And I think it's really a rumor that people say that they knew, really. They felt it. I think that this has been hyped way too much. I think that after the fact, we are trying to verify who knew what, when, what happened, who knew it, when did they know it. So I think that journalists certainly knew who they were talking about. Unlike me, I had no idea. And I thought that if I knew the name, then I would be curious and I would want to know more about it. Sophie, please. So if the journalists knew the name, then the Burgtheater also knew the name. Yes. They took action. Yes. Yeah, they took action. But they had put him very prominently in a play, in a role. Yes. They continued to let him act on stage. And I only know this secondhand and from the legal expert opinions. Allow me to stress that. I have no relationship with any of these clients. I was curious to see from a legal perspective what was decided from a labor law point of view. And I wanted to know whether or not the Burgtheater had actually taken the appropriate labor law steps here. That he would have been cast in a role where he would have contact with children. These were indeed taken under advisement. These steps were followed. What was criticized after the fact, and this was confirmed in a number of legal opinions, expert opinions, that there were violations in documentation obligations. There were many conversations with Teichtmeister that were not recorded adequately. There were a number of conversations, unfortunately, where this was the case. And we should have required from him, and this was a recommendation, that when he says there are no more accusations against me, and that we should have, or they should have verified that. And unfortunately, they fell into that trap. This is a very important thing to point out. You have to follow up. My colleague, Ms. Stoefer, said this. If the criminal law is a titan, maybe that would not actually be a boon, but it would be good to have an obligation on the part of the investigators to inform the employer of what is going on, and that is something that is missing here. And this is a connection, for example, to the Burgtheater that was also lacking. I think Sophia is next. And then, yes. So you said they kind of fell into his trap, or they were fooled by him. What Teichtmeister said, that he was not facing any accusations, but I think it was his former girlfriend who had level charges against him. Did anybody bother to interview her? Yes. I don't know if that was actually the case, if somebody did actually interview her. But I know that there were certainly efforts to that end. But I don't know exactly what the outcome of those efforts were. I cannot say. Ms. Fari-Bausley, please. I wanted to touch on the case file. The employer does not have the right to examine the investigation file. No. They don't have the right to examine the file. That's true. There was an agreement with Mr. Teichtmeister that he would report on an ongoing basis about the case, but they did not demand from him to produce proof, evidence of this. And this is something where more pressure could have been brought to bear for him to tell the truth. And this is what I mean in terms of the obligation for documentation. But this is an ongoing investigation. How was this documented? The presumptive perpetrator, of course, it can do what he wants if there's nobody monitoring that. Yes, there was documentation, but you could do that even more extensively. What I'm trying to say is, yes,
gutachterlich, ja, von mehreren Seiten. Ich habe auch sozusagen einen
there were many experts who produced expert reports under labor law, and I have some of them in my possession. And it came, the result was that there is nothing to point the finger at the Burgtheater for. They did nothing wrong, but there is still room for improvement. They need to document these cases better. You need to do this on paper, black and white. So I would like to approach this perhaps from the other side. This is a very complicated issue. If we're talking about pedophilia or pedosexuality, for example, this is something that carries the heaviest taboo in society. We saw this on the basis of protests, of course. But as long as it is not proven that a person is, in fact, in possession of child pornography, of this pedosexual material, and as long as they have not been found guilty, that it could perhaps be correct to tread very carefully, because you can imagine that somebody could be subject to public condemnation on the basis of accusations, and they would never be able to shake that. So from your perspective, was it correct that you approached this with kid gloves, for example, particularly from a journalistic point of view? Yes, you're right. You're right. It is a problem when suspicions like these are raised. It's often very difficult to shake them. And that's why it is important to be very cautious and to protect Mr. Teichtmeister's privacy. Everybody has right to privacy. But I have the impression that some people are hiding behind this presumption of innocence. So we have to get the balance right. So I think you have to just be a little bit more circumspect in taking a closer look and investigating suspicious cases. In Austria, we are often a bit lazy on that account. We do not wish to pursue that very carefully. And as the media here, I am the fourth power in the state, so to speak, and this is my responsibility to do that. You said, for example, that pedophilia in the case of Teichtmeister is the worst possible crime, but what about Ottomühl? Here you have the pedophilia of Ottomühl. This has been hanging over Austria for 30 years now. So you see that the balance here is certainly out of whack. There is room for improvement, indeed. It's not necessarily to be found in tightening our laws and increasing penalties. We need to make sure that we're providing protection for everyone. Once again, you are presumed innocent until found guilty, and you also have to protect the victims. Over 90% of all cases with regard to sexualized violence are dismissed because it's he said, she said. So we're talking about of course, the cases that come to court, not to mention those cases that are never reported to the authorities. Have there been any improvements made in terms of media law? What are your recommendations here? My recommendations are to remain open, to make sure you keep your eyes open, keep your eyes peeled, and not look away. My specific recommendation is to inform the authorities and the employer so that the employer can meet their duty of care and they can take the appropriate measures vis-a-vis the media, that everything is being investigated, no stone is being left unturned.
Und das, was sich sozusagen hier auch im Boulevard dann nach der Verurteilung abgespielt hat.
And when I saw what was going on in the tabloids, of course, after the conviction, this was, of course, not very conducive. Thank you very much, Ms. Windhager. Thank you for your comments.
Und bitte die zweite Auskunftsperson.
The second respondent.
Rudolf Meyer. Rudolf Meyer.
Rudolf Meyer. Second respondent.
Ja, also Sie sind die zweite Auskunftsperson.
So, you're the second respondent. Apologies. I'd like to briefly introduce you. Rudolf Meyer is an Austrian lawyer with a focus on criminal defense, especially in high-profile and complex cases. Since the 1980s, he has continuously represented prominent clients such as Elfriede Blaunsteiner, Josef Fritzl, Estibalis Carranza, and the perpetrator of the Vienna terrorist attack in 2020. He is known for his work in highly sensitive criminal proceedings and is also board member of the Association of Austrian Criminal Defense Lawyers. Your full name, Dr. Rudolf Meyer. Do you have any professional or personal relationship with members of the jury? No. Question. So, your legal summary, or the legal summary of the case. Of the case, you mean. So, something like that has never happened. Such a witch hunt, if you will. I'm against reporting. I think the media should not be allowed to report on this before charges are raised. There are huge and reports blown out of proportions, and something like that will stick. There was a so-called Lassersche Artikel, which meant that the media were just allowed to report on this after a verdict, a court decision has been passed, and people are literally ruined, and this is totally against the presumption of innocence. Thank you very much for this introduction. Sophia, first member of the jury. Question, please. Do you read the Kronenzeitung? Do you read Kronenzeitung? Yes, of course. I subscribe to the Presse. I read the Standard, the Falter. I even subscribe to this, and of course, Kronenzeitung. I have to be informed. I have to stay informed. After all, half of the electorate, half of the voters read Kronenzeitung. Do you own any work by Otto Mühl? No, I don't. I'm not rich enough, literally, to be able to afford those paintings. So, as a layperson, the following question. It may be a bit naive. Mr. Teichtmeister owned a couple of paintings, rather those photos. He did not send them or share them with anybody. To what extent, for example, were any colleagues of the Burgtheater really affected, and to what extent, let us say, was a duty of care even, let us say, or did the Burgtheater have a duty of care? Well, the Burgtheater sued him. In the first instance, they won, if you say, but in the second instance, damages were raised, but otherwise the claim was dismissed. If the client had been somebody who was unknown, no problem at all. The media would not have reported. The employer, for example, a director, they would have suspended the actor, end of a story, but there wouldn't have been any reporting by the media. This was of great interest, of course, and very important in that connection. Never before in my 44 years as a defense attorney have I seen people waiting with gallows literally in front of my law firm, and I had to get security of fear for my own life and that of my client. That was really a first in my career. Sophia, please. So, what is the reason that the response was that dramatic. Actually, he was turned into a monster. And in the case of Mühl, as Ms. Windhager said, double standards are used. If, for example, Teichtmeister was a visual artist, for example, would there be an interest of some curator to keep selling his art? So why is there such a discrepancy? He's really turned into a monster. You said people are waiting with the gallows, waiting for him, etc. Well, I also defended Claudia Mühl in the second trial. He is a movie, or was a movie actor with, let us say, very popular, many followers, many fans. Mr. Mühl was a visual artist and also a performance artist, and he started an experiment. And of course, it is not so attractive to report a story if something goes wrong. And the province of Burgenland supported him for a long time, long after the first suspicions were raised. But this is surprising, but it depends on the individual. As I said before, if he hadn't been Florian Teichtmeister, nothing would have happened. It would have been a brief trial. Evidence spoke for itself. Nobody would have cared. What is dramatic nowadays that it depends really on who you are, whether actually there is a public witch hunt or not. I want you to go back to the facts of the case. It is not about just owning those images, because Florian Teichtmeister actually produced, like in collages, and he also took pictures himself. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Yes, that is production, if you will, because he changed those images. But what would be relevant here, what makes such a serious case, is if you send them to other people, if you share those images with other people. What usually happens with those files is that they are shared, but that did not happen. He just used them for his own purposes, if you will. All right, now, media reporting of suspicious cases, that is going with what we're going to deal with tomorrow when we're going to discuss the Rammstein case. Of course, it is a bit tricky because all of these prejudgments are extremely problematic. If the accused turns out to have been accused incorrectly, but the Me Too movement was triggered really by such kind of media reporting, because Weinstein had not yet been convicted when the Me Too movement was launched. So I would say good that we had those reports and those allegations were raised, because in part, not all of them, of course, because we are right in the middle of this trial against Weinstein, proved to be correct. So what is your take on that? Because we cannot just fall back in the position and say, well, the fourth estate is not allowed to report on this once the trial is over. No, I do not agree with you, really, because, first of all, it is up to the criminal investigation authorities to deal with a case, and secrecy obligation should, of course, be observed, and otherwise, presumption of innocence is of no use if you allow the media to report before a trial. Do you believe that Florian Teichtmeister should be allowed to work? Well, I think that question has been addressed oftentimes today, the freedom of art. I think we have to make a distinction between an artist and his or her art. For example, another tough case, let us say Mr. Tizian, for example, if it turns out that he molested children, we're not going to remove his paintings from museums. A work of art is art if there is general agreement that this is art, but it has nothing to do with an artist, because this would open the gates to hell, if you will, because otherwise an artist is destroyed, and that goes for his art as well. Do you believe, that is the next question, well, I believe that is over dramatic when people say these two things should be seen separated from each other. Of course, there's a bit of an overlap. If, for example, I buy a picture, I do not buy the artist, I just buy a piece of a work of art. If you have a look at an actor, then of course I'm the judge of his acting. But an actor is not just floating around in space. An artist is working a set, and there are different people there, different actors, and maybe also children, teenagers, adolescents. But that has nothing to do with the fact that what he portrays is a work of art, right? What you mean is, for example, if you carry out criminally relevant actions, who is going to follow up? That is the liability of the criminal investigative authorities. But art and artists are two different things. If you start scratching on the surface, then you're going to touch on the freedom of art. Fariba, you said before that you would be in favor of allowing the media just to report after a court verdict has been passed. Well, in Mr. Teichtmeister's case, we have heard that no information was passed on, as Ms. Windhager said before. So you would say, should that be, let us say, investigated in-house or within the teams, just inside a theater or inside an institution? So how should that happen, in your opinion? Should people be protected, first and foremost? And then you talked about a public figure. There was a role model to be played here. And in that case, a revengeful wife or spouse or partner was also used in media reports. Remember I said before that it's correct that the employer is informed in any case, and the employer then has to initiate the whole process. Of course, everybody needs to make sure that the entire remaining employees, etc., are protected. People can be suspended, put on leave, and you can say, for example, they will still receive 2/3 of their pay, and then we're going to wait for a court decision. So I've already explained that criminal investigations are to be carried out by the judiciary, by the police, and not by the media. Before that, you said that almost 90% of the cases are even terminated before it comes to court, and afterwards, and after all, we have to see it's always the public prosecutor's office that reviews a case and decides on whether a case will be tried in court or not. It is the public prosecutor's office, and in most cases it is he said, she said, and they are not terminated, mind you. They're just terminated when the public prosecutor's office deems that it won't be successful. Do you know, that is the next question, whether any member of Burg Theater checked with his wife and asked her what has happened. My files say that she was interviewed. It was her who, after a domestic dispute, called the police, and she then said there was suspicion of... A suspicion of what? Images, sexual images of children. That was why they secured his cell phone, and this is how the process was launched. Once again, my question, did the Burgtheater ever contact the ex-partner? I don't know that, but in the future, we could make sure that the employer is informed, and end of the problem. Robert, please. Once again, I would like to come back to the question whether of criminal relevant. So how relevant is it really to hold fictitious material under criminal law? Let me imagine the following. Somebody is a taxi driver and the police happen to see Fast and Furious 1, 2, 6, where people, for example, violate traffic rules, or he has computer games where he violates, let us say, all traffic rules and regulations, etc. So in that case, will there be an obligation on the part of the taxi corporation to dismiss him, or just if he actually violates traffic rules? Well, of course, only if actual violations are made. If I have a look at wild car chases and whatnot at home, but I'm a good taxi driver, well, of course that is not relevant, because you cannot punish people for what is in their heads only, just what they commit an offense. Sophia.
Sie sind ja bekannt dafür, dass Sie recht extreme Fälle.
Well, you're kind of infamous for representing high-level or questionable clients. Well, if you ask me, I don't really pick my clients. I wait for clients to contact me. So basically, I will represent anybody. And let's come back to what I said about the media. So when it comes to jurors in Austria, those jurors are laypersons. They are not legal experts. But before they go and attend a trial, they have to read media reports for weeks, for months, so they are not biased. You need to imagine that. Now, once the trial is started, in 6 or 7 hours, you need to come up with an unbiased and neutral decision. However, professional judges also read newspapers, correct? But the professional judges, maybe it's easier for them to not to be biased. Follow-up question to that. Of course, you have long-standing experience in representing prominent, renowned clients. I wanted to ask you, and of course there are similar cases, whether you see any similarities when it comes to structural, the way how such people are dealt with in the media, in a structural manner, that is, and also in the microcosmos that is affected here. And then also, maybe you could talk about the macrocosmos. You know, when it comes to all of these images, these images are produced in real life with either abducted children, children who are literally borrowed, or traded off. That is something that is going to change with AI for one reason. It's going to be cheaper to virtually create a child and not just to use actual children. It may sound hard, but that is a fact. And even in the case of AI-generated children or images that are created with the help of AI, still the same penalties are envisioned, and that is something I have a problem with. People will have a look at those AI-generated images. They won't touch and molest no children, but still they would or could be taken to court. And we remember what the ancient Greek used to do, how much pedophilia was going on there. Silence, please. We should be respectful to every respondent. Let me ask you, okay, a follow-up question. What I wanted to know is, let us say, the structural approach. And later on, we're going to deal with the fact that violence or such predispositions are not going to stop soon. This is a gradual process. So when it comes to prevention, we need to take a proper approach. When it comes to asymmetric power structures, could we change something here? Here, silence is, of course, very important. And for 1.5 years, rumors were floating around. I do understand that, but then again, where are the structures? You've come up with many different comparisons. You've heard of many different clients. So And that I'm talking about the protection of victims, of course. Specifically with regard to Teichtmeister, I would like to say even before the suspicion was created, he went to therapy. He said, I know about my disposition. I want to get rid of it, if possible at all, which is quite tricky in the case of such predispositions. But he said 2 years before the allegations were raised, that it's very important for him to go to therapy. So if somebody really molests a child but only has a look at those pictures, nobody will find out. So it's really more important to raise the awareness that this predisposition is just as bad for the person and also, of course, potentially for other victims. Okay. Maybe 2 questions if you try to be brief. You have talked about the love for boys in ancient Greece. Do you think it's okay that this was the case, or was that just a comment that was designed to talk about changing morals? Exactly. I wanted to say how morals can change. Greece was the cradle of democracy, but still they had different morals, correct? Okay, last question. That's correct as far as the change in morals is concerned. But the question is, how about the boys in ancient Greece? That was probably dreadful for them as well. How about AI? You said that actually that shouldn't be a punishable offense if AI is used to generate those images. So predisposition as such, only the predisposition should not be a societal problem, correct? Time is up, the chair saying, unfortunately. Cannot answer this. That's the way it is. Thank you very much.
Als dritte Auskunftsperson.
So the third respondent is Hedwig Wölfer. Now it is your turn. Hedwig Wölfer is a psychotherapist. She is the managing director of the Child Protection Center Die Möwe. Her work focuses on preventing and treating violence against children and developing psychosocial support services for child protection. Please give us your full name. Hedwig Wölfer. Do you have a professional or a personal relationship with members of the jury? I do not. My question to you is, what is the status of protection of children today? And secondly, do we need a specific trial for the victims to participate in, or is the criminal proceedings enough? I love to say that I do not usually participate in events that focus on the perpetrator of child abuse. I think perhaps that today's title or heading should not just be the culture of silence, but the unculture of silence and the unculture of voyeurism and outrage. And this is the chaos in which child protection is to take place. I thought it was very interesting to hear from a victim of abuse. And when we're talking about online abuse, often the voices of victims of online violence on the darknet silent. And I think we cannot downplay the damage of these types of quote-unquote hands-off offenses. These are real children who are being abused. Even AI is being fed with such depictions that are the result of real suffering. We have very good laws concerning victim protection in Austria. What do we do? At the Möwe, we support over 1,000 children and adolescents when they wish to level accusations of abuse. This is a very difficult process. We have an exception for them so they do not have to face the perpetrator in court, and we support them throughout the legal process in order to avoid secondary victimization. We work very closely together with police and other law enforcement authorities.
Ein bisschen Forderungen der Vorredner anzuschließen. Wir haben gleich nach dem Bekanntwerden der Vorwürfe gegen den Burgschauspieler.
Once the accusations were public against Mr. Teichtmeister, we
auch diesen eher
urged authorities to change the law, particularly with regard to the term child pornography, as it is rather misleading. I understand that the definition nowadays is a bit more cumbersome, but this covers the aspects of data and offenses, whether or not this is AI or generated in some other way. Yes, I'd like to understand a little bit more specifically what the issue is with the term child pornography. What is not correct about that? Because here, maybe because the abuse is not highlighted here. Pornography is something legal, something that grown-ups engage in and consume. And as I said, this is legal, but it can never be legal in the context of children, and it is misleading. I'm very happy that we talk about CCM, child sexual abuse material, CSAM. This is the international legal term. This is a very commonly used term. And from the point of view of child protection, this is important. You have to highlight the suffering that underpins these activities. A movie, as you said, is often used to advise many different kinds of institutions where children are involved, sports associations. Did the Burgtheater contact you? At what point? Yes. Well, the Federal Theater Holdings contacted us in 1998. There were some incidences in the ballet and in the state opera, and we developed programs for child protection so that in those institutions, clear rules and behaviors could be established. We also helped support the colleagues at the Burgtheater once that case had come to light. We were able to counsel them so that they could process as colleagues what happened. Was there any consultations done in the interim phase? No. Thank you very much. Any further questions?
Bitte, Sophia.
Sophia Süßmich, and then Robert Pfahler. What was your impression of the media debate in this case? It was not helpful. In child protection services, we often are dealing with extreme emotional responses, and this triggered extreme feelings of disgust, revenge, hate, anger, rage, etc. And this is not helpful from the victim's point of view. Many people like to catastrophize in such a situation, particularly if the perpetrators are only alleged perpetrators. On the other hand, what we heard this morning, you cannot downplay the seriousness of these cases. You cannot sweep it under the rug. You cannot downplay these. You cannot catastrophize. On the other hand, this does not help the victims at all. You have to be very matter of fact. You have to be very professional in supporting the victims. I emphasize that we support many children and adolescents in cases such as this in Austria. In many of these cases, we have images because the perpetrators like to take pictures and take videos, and the victims, of course, suffer greatly because there is this imagery out there of them, and they cannot stop it. They are trying to make themselves unrecognizable. They often color their hair, dye their hair. Some of them become anorexic. Some of them are obese. Sometimes they pull their hair down across their face in our therapy centers. They don't want to be recognized as a victim in society. And oftentimes, this is something that accompanies them throughout their lives. And it's important for us to recognize this in terms of trauma therapy and the support we provide them. Yes, Robert, please. Yes, what you said before, you said that you have colleagues of Mr. Teichtmeister that in the book Theater that you supported. So what exactly was the problem? How were they affected, and how were you able to resolve that? Well, I think this is understandable to each and every one of us. If you work together with somebody for years and you're on stage and you have intimate scenes that you are performing in on a regular basis, and they are accused of these terrible crimes, of horrific crimes, the worst of crimes, and you feel terrible. Some people felt guilt. Should I have recognized what was going on? Should I have taken a closer look, been more vigilant? As I've said, there's always a 20/20 hindsight. Everybody feels that I should have known, but also to process what exactly happened, and it was very smart for some people to avail themselves of our services before any real problem arose. You said there's these two extremes, the cover-up, of course, and then the witch hunt, for example, being tried in the court of public opinion. I think between 20 to 25% of the population apparently, supposedly, has these tendencies. Is that correct? I think that's right, but there's a specialist following me that will be able to touch on that in more detail. But is there a difference between tendencies and actually acting on the tendencies? Of course. But my other question, of course, I will ask your colleague perhaps, are we talking about it too little? Do we need to talk about this issue more? You mentioned prevention. What can it look like? And in our case, in the film, theater, media, what about that context? Well, it's not just about highlighting toxic power imbalances, but we also have to shed more light on the dark aspects of our own nature. When we're talking about the internet and child abuse, allow me to highlight that since the pandemic, we've seen an unbelievable increase in hardcore pornography. The sex industry is a billion-dollar industry. And during the pandemic, the consumption and possession of abusive depictions, of course, live cam abuse of young people. We've heard about those cases in Romania. It's not that far away, but there are hundreds of these cases every year, even here. And when you look at the radical increase in these cases, it's really something that makes you want to explode with anger. Of course, the case of Gisèle Pellicot, we see how many men are engaged in these activities on the darknet, on the regular internet, in people's bedrooms. So it's in the middle of society. It's among us. Evil is sometimes an object of fascination for us, and it's very difficult to carry out this debate when we are not experiencing a voyeuristic interest in the case. We need to be more interested in preventing these cases. And of course, we need to hear more from the victims, people who are suffering from these crimes. I would like to talk about the
Pornografie erwähnt, die man frei im Netz verfügbar
cases that are perhaps a bit more difficult to classify. There's a lot of young women, for example, that are depicted online in pornographic material. Yes, they are depicted as young girls in school uniforms. They're shaved everywhere, for example. They wear braces, and they're depicted in a very childlike way. So you can see how widespread this desire for young bodies is. And the other aspect, this is another very difficult area to categorize, is the digitalization aspect and bullying, for example, cyberbullying, that young people have smartphones. People are using their smartphones. For example, a 13-year-old had sex for the first time, and she has a fight with her friend, and her friend then passes that information around the group or puts that information online. So how great is that problem for you? Yes, this is an extremely important issue for us. This is a phenomenon that we are trying to tackle because you see this pornography being normalized in social media.
Gespielt wird, aber allgemein die bildgeleitete Sexualität.
So this is image-driven sexuality, for example, and this is much more powerful than sexuality that is desire-driven. Young people, for example, are curious about everybody's bodies, and they want to hold hands, and they feel butterflies in their stomachs. And oftentimes they overlook those types of experiences, but they are looking to check boxes on a checklist, and it's very image-driven. And I would really just say stop. They need to learn to say stop. Where do I feel uncomfortable? Where is somebody doing something to me that I don't like? And we have pornographic imagery predominating and acting as guideposts. And oftentimes, this is part and parcel of sexualized violence against young people. Sophia, please. Do you believe that we can separate art and artists? Yes. Yes. No. Okay. I think that the question is wrong. I think you have to separate art from the person. Everybody has different roles that they play, and a person who is creating art, then they're an artist and they're responsible for the art that they're creating, and you cannot separate that. But as a psychologist, I believe that it is always important to separate the person from their actions, because I don't think anybody of us would like to be reduced to our statements and our actions. Because that would be a distortion of our personalities. And I think this is a very important tie-in to this morning. Is the person using art, like Otto Müller, are they using art to act as a victim, a vehicle to create victims of crimes? Are they using art as a means, as a tool? Or is there perhaps light shed on the crime because there's a possibility for a person perhaps to change their behavior? Is there perhaps regret expressed? Well, Otto Müller was sentenced to 7 years in prison, but unfortunately he spent 7 years in prison, and then he moved to Portugal, and he was moving on to the next commune and doing what he did before. So the idea is whether or not you are able to recognize that you did wrong, or whether or not there's a secondary risk of danger. So where can you say that art is being used to satisfy your own lust for power? I forgot the name, I'm sorry. This is the fact that the aspect of art is being subtracted from Otto Müller, and this is something we have to do with regard to the crimes, and it's very difficult here to distinguish between the artist and their artwork. Do you think it's correct for the Austrian Broadcasting Corporation not to broadcast Teichmeister and the works that he has acted in. Well, I think as an immediate reaction, it is a very clear statement that the possession of child pornography material is not okay. And there must be consequences in some way or another. But it is a bit hypocritical, for example, as we saw this morning. Everybody was talking about the films of Roman Polanski and Woody Allen, for example, House of Cards and Kevin Spacey. Of course, then there would be a lot of dead air on television if we were to be very consistent in making that decision and not consuming the types of works. So here, I think we need to be very clear in our contextualization. We need very clear rules. When there has been a conviction handed down, we know what to do. We should know what to do, particularly with regard to people who are involved in the production of a film. The director or the team, for example, maybe they shouldn't be punished alongside Teichmeister, but it should be clear that we call a spade and we call violence what it is. It doesn't necessarily mean that the art itself is contaminated. Thank you very much. Any further questions? Yes, Fabiba Mosley. I would like to go back to the issue of sexualized violence. I have read about gradual escalation. I assume that it's not a one-off event. Maybe you could talk a little bit more about that, how people evolve, so to speak, into a sexual perpetrator. Yes, we will hear from an expert in a few minutes on that, but I would like to emphasize that most sexual crimes against young people are not carried out by people who have pedophilic tendencies. Of course, there are different estimates of what the percentage in the population is. But in the public perception, we have a very warped picture of this. Allow me to touch once again on children and adolescents. We do a great deal of prevention work. We go to schools and art and cultural institutions, and we talk about this. We go to theaters, for example. And here it's very important to make sure that the children know who to tell if somebody touches them funny or somebody yells at them funny or acts funny. The question is, are there clear rules here? What do the children do? Is there any possible way to deal with these complaints? I would like to touch on what Maria Lindhager said. The employers have to be able to warn others if charges are being raised due to abuse of children. We must encourage people to listen to themselves and what their needs are. You have to be able to differentiate between positive and negative feelings. We have to carry out prevention workshops in kindergartens and elementary schools. That's an excellent final statement. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comments. Please, silence in the hall.
Bitte als nächste Auskunftsperson Friedrich Lackinger.
Friedrich Lackinger? You're the next respondent. Friedrich Lackinger is a psychoanalyst in Vienna, a private lecturer in Klagenfurt, a teaching therapist, and also supervisor. He's the head of a psychoanalytic module at the Medical University of Vienna. He used to be the head of the Forensic Therapeutic Center in Vienna. He was the managing director of the Vienna Psychoanalytical Academy, and from 1985 to 2001, he worked in a special prison for sexual and violent offenders. Could you please state us your full name?
Dr. Friedrich Lackinger.
Dr. Friedrich Lackinger. Do you have any work or professional relationship with any member of the jury? No. So I have two questions. Question number one is there sound research on pedophilia, and how prominent is this issue in the curricula of, let us say, colleges or universities? Well, I do believe that pedophilia, however, I'm not happy with this term, but still, well, what is the correct term? That is contested as well. There is no term on which we agree, pedosexuals, which is not identical with pedocriminals. So then I would like to ask you again, how advanced is the research in the field? I do believe that this is a vast area of research, and both empirical, scientific, and also psychotherapeutical research is going on. So quite dynamic, quite practical research. Whether this is sufficient or not in terms of the curricula that are offered at universities or colleges is something I very much doubt, because so far we have to say there is no proper university program, study program, psychotherapy. The focus on therapy comes usually late and is also left to the private sector, associations that is, and then to focus on criminal psychotherapy or the therapy of sexual orientation, sexual inclinations, etc., is a highly specialized issue affecting only a small minority. Thank you very much for answering those questions. Two questions. A brief question, but why do people have such inclinations or preferences in the first place? Well, it is a fundamental question, mind you, and it is difficult to answer that question because there are so many different cases and also forms and types, and it's very hard to find a common denominator for them. Well, maybe a question. Can you maybe try to say whether there is anything that links all these cases, that they all have in common? Well, with some restrictions. Of course, all people who have pedosexual inclinations have a certain incapability, if you will, of having normal, regular relationships. The willingness to see somebody else as an independent human being and to respect him or her is something that these people do not have. But it may be, let us say, a mild inability, or we may have to do with a personality that is, let us say, not affected to a major extent, and this will just erupt in some cases. And in most cases, this is a mix of both. Some of them, for the most part, can lead or try to lead a regular sexual life, but very often they fail, of course. And apart from that, separate from that, they have like the secret personality where this perverse inclination comes to the fore. Another aspect that is very important to me is Sigmund Freud once wrote, with reference to Plato, he said some people dream bad dreams and others do bad things. Now, what about fantasies? Are they criminal offenses? That is a question I asked earlier. Well, apart from the way that some pornographic genres are produced, do you have to punish consumers just because they watch pornography? Well, this is not just about fantasies anymore. Mind you, one extreme of a pedosexual development is a person who has had fantasies, dreams, or thoughts about having sexual intercourse with minors, but did not realize that, act on it, but not view any images. If you have a look at those images, that means that somebody actually was abused. So an indirect participation does exist, or a lack of empathy when it comes to the victims during the process, the production. And that reflects the inability to really accept another person with their own child-like needs in case of children. Next question. Are we living in a system that promotes those fantasies more than it would be necessary? You talked about somebody talked about the media, those social spaces, etc., social media, and it was said that sexualized violence is more strongly promoted than before. Well, it seems to me, I'm also a psychoanalytical cultural anthropologist, and if we have a look at anthropology, we will be able to see that abuse and also sexual abuse and sexual assaults has existed for a very long time. There is a connection between, let us say, the scope of societal hierarchies and violence, which then points to inequalities within society, which is then reflected, of course, in certain political authoritarian structures. And violence against weak persons, children, and also sexualized violence against children is a part of an overall picture of how we deal with violent societies that manage to have more democratic structures, but also at a personal relationship level offer institutions, for example, that encourage the opportunity to have good and sound personal relationships. Our societies, with regard to which I believe that the share of sexual abuse will go down. But now, just let me finish. I think we're living in times where the pendulum has swung in one direction for some time, where family relationships in nursery schools and primary schools have improved, and the ability to reflect upon our actions, to enter into sound personal relationships, and also to be able to talk about somebody else's feelings has improved. Now we're in a situation where there is a strong counter-movement to turn everything around: anti-feminist trends, anti-abortionists, etc. So the incels, manospheres, targeting at anti-feminism, and women's rights are targeted, but also children's rights are targeted by those groups. And they want to go back on them, and a social climate is created. And that is a symptom of the fact that violence against children is most certainly becoming stronger again, secretly, of course. Next questions. Very brief question as a follow-up question to what Robert asked about those fantasies. Of course, you're right when you say once viewing images that were created when children were abused that are no longer mere fantasies. It goes hand in hand with violence done to children. But somebody mentioned AI, that AI could be used in generating those images, that it is prompted, and then pedosexuals would be allowed to view those images. What is your attitude? What is your take on that? Do you think that is no longer problematic? Well, there's not a lot of research, but a bit of research regarding the question whether the consumption of child pornographic imagery or child abuse, what this is like an entry drug, an initial drug followed later on by hands-on. abuse, whether this is a completely separate area of offenses and there is no overlap. And the studies show us that only a small share of it is consumers of those images that will later on go on to have hands-on offenses. The majority won't do that. But then, again, if you talk in prison, for example, with such offenders, they all say before they actually abused a child, they had viewed those images. It's, of course, a subgroup of all of the users and consumers of child pornography, but it is a group where this progression of the disease, of the offenses, can be seen. So those images stimulate physical abuse, and the same would go for AI images, and that is an argument warning us to be cautious. We should be restrictive. Maybe there are restricted forms of application, for example, the therapy of perpetrators. Not often means that their fantasies will be dramatically changed. It can just be lowered, or the check is improved, but the potential will be maintained. Whether there is a controlled opportunity for them to be allowed to view such images that would allow them some form of sexual fantasies or their own sexual lives without any victims to be harmed, that's something we still need to investigate. So the media very often panic. Very often the perpetrators turned into monsters, FPO or AFD. For example, they are very extreme in their demands. They want to, literally, they demand the death penalty for those offenders. You mentioned incels, anti-feminist movements. Do you think this is all due to the fact that we not talk about this openly? The FPO in Austria is a typical example that very often most such images are found in the case of people who demand the severest, sharpest penalties for offenders. Is there a direct link between these two? I think you're exactly right. It's a bit of a paradox. A bit of hypocrisy, especially those demanding harsh penalties, exactly operate in an environment where such offenses happen most. In the case of the FPO, it is a well-known fact that the Graz finance scandal turned out to be a financial and pedophilia scandal, because when the offices were searched, the city councillor of the FPO, on his computer, child pornographic material was found. And the same goes for Lega Nord and AFD, you name it, above average. If you have a look at the United States, for example, Jeffrey Epstein and the group surrounding him, his followers, and not just Trump, all of this environment, there is a direct connection that, let us say, your own trends, your own inclinations are politically turned out to the outside, and you try to put the blame on others and find scapegoats, and you have a hard time suppressing those tendencies, inclinations yourself. And the harsher the laws become, harsher the penalties become, well, the more dramatic the urge becomes. This inner fight So, in other words, and the same goes for the death penalty, who believes that the death penalty is a great deterrent when it comes to fighting murders. More repression does not bring the numbers down. It just leads to the fact that people just cover up what is obvious. And anyway, we talked about Müll. That is something that we do not just see on the right-hand side of the political spectrum. We see that on the left side as well. I'm not talking about revolutions, but rather counter-revolutions. I would like to briefly interrupt you. So just to explain us of the legal situation. Sexual images of minors are specified as follows. Sexual abuse in images of minors are depictions are images of sexual offense involving a minor or a sexual act involving oneself, another person, or even an animal. And sometimes the impression is generating that this is a sexual act involving a minor. So the definition goes on, and that is quite relevant in our context for the sake of completeness. An image, when they are viewed, result in a further edition of the image is also included here. So that would mean that also AI-generated images will be punishable by the law, just to make this sure. This is the situation as we have it right now. Also, the use of AI will be punishable. Next question. I want to come back to something you said earlier. You talked about sexualized violence as an isolated event, a one-time event, versus this development into, you said hands-on, it moves on to become a hands-on offense. Maybe you can elaborate on that, not just talking about pedosexual inclination, and also prevention as a civil society, as the art sector. What are the recommendations? Well, I very much hope that I will be able to answer your question. My experience when it comes to therapy, the therapy of sexual offenders, is as follows. You try to enter into a relationship with the client, which is, of course, logical in every kind of therapy. That leads to the fact that you no longer see your client as an offender, but you try to have a look at his feelings, his own story, and then you kind of reconstruct his childhood, his previous history. And I'm cutting this short. That is a long process in therapy, and the way I'm telling it, it seems to be quite short and maybe hard for you to understand. But in case of all of the offenders, you will find massive childhood trauma. And this is a problem they have with their own appearance. In most cases, with the male clients, it's a complicated relationship with the mothers. And I do believe that it's not the fathers that can be neglected, but the problem is that the mother or the relationship with the mother is problematic, it's disturbed, and so is the relationship with the father. They feel abandoned as a child, and many of those offenders have survived previous suicide attempts. So they saw those suicidal crises before, and by developing those pedophilia fantasies, they are trying to cope with their own trauma. They, so to say, revert their situation. They're no longer the victims now, they become the perpetrators. Of course, there are many variations to this. I've tried to answer the question by saying that this trauma they experienced in childhood, which was, of course, massive, is, of course, a social problem, and it has to do with the way our society operates. The way pregnant women or young mothers, how they are supported by a government, how many resources are provided to mothers in order to allow them to bond with their babies. That is a good benchmark. And even though you're involved as a father, parental leave, especially leave for a father, is very important in that connection and in that discussion.
Yes, please be quiet in the hall. We would like to ask the next respondent to come up to the podium. Ashley Kieschlapp is a director, dramaturg, and actress in 2011-2012. She initiated a project series, PIP, My Integration. In 2013, she founded the Performance and Theatre Laboratory, Diversity Lab, and was chairwoman of the Festwochen until 2020. She was the co-initiator of the Trauerspiel, and she has received numerous awards for her work. Please give us your full name. Asle Kuschler. I haven't really been able to pronounce it that way for a while now. Thank you. Do you have a professional or professional relationship to members of the jury? No. My question to you is as follows. Do you have a vision?
Ja.
Yes.
Wow, das ist eine schöne Frage.
That is a really wonderful question. Yes, I have a vision.
Die Visionen sind im Flugzeug drin und
my visions are in an airplane, and we have created a system. When I say we, this includes myself. And the system is based on patriarchal structures. And this creates a feeling of belonging. And I think we've lost track of where we are. We've lost our way. This is the patriarchal system that oppresses us all. We have a lot of patterns of behavior that have become ingrained from our early days. For 35 years, I've tried to emphasize the diversification of art and art institutions. I've tried to question these. I've tried to question whether or not art institutions can be democratized. What is a balance of power, an imbalance of power? What does that mean? And how can we circumvent these power structures or dismantle them even to create a better society, a more wonderful vision for the future? Thank you very much. Please, quiet in the hall, as I would like to ask the jury if they have any questions. Svenja, please.
Eine Nachfrage dazu.
I would just like to follow up on what you just said. We're talking here about the consumption of pedophilic material, child pornography material, and we're talking about the abuse of children. So if you want to be a little bit more specific, what does this form of violence have to do with capitalism and patriarchy? Well, in this society of the we have created cultural institutions that for very long have exercised discrimination, the abuse of power, and even rape, and they have sold this as art. We worship these geniuses and we basically sainted them. Yes, art is free, but art is not sacred. We have to remove the sacredness from art. We have to divest the sacredness, art of the sacredness. We have to relearn the word fair. We have to talk about unlearning some behaviors. Many of these behaviors have been normalized to us, so we have to question these norms. For that reason, I have so many questions for these respondents. And I think if you're a respondent here, it's like you're answering the questions, but I have so many questions of myself. If you are working with a young actor for the first time who has only been out in the world for 1 year, and if an actor says to me, "You can scream at me, I'm used to it," I would like to question that, really. That really makes me wonder. I have a list of questions, really.
Dass man zuerst, bevor man an Machtposition kommt, zuerst mal eine psychologischen Test.
Maybe you should be subjected to a psychological test before you enter a position of power, so we know whether or not you can handle this position of power. How do people even get into these positions of power where they shouldn't be allowed to be? Just an example, for example. So I think we're talking about things in general. We're kind of moving away from child sexual material. Well, I'm not an expert in that. I am trying to question these institutions, these art institutions, the institution of art, in fact, and how can we democratize these institutions? Maybe very briefly. I thought it was very interesting what you said right at the end.
Diese sexuelle Störung eben auch.
If you have this disorder, for example, for pedophilia, that this can be taken back or tied into a disordered relationship with your mother. I don't necessarily mean that we need to talk about capitalism or patriarchy, but I think we have to take a close look, of course, at who we're talking about and who we're talking with. And I will get to that in a minute. But what would you do, for example, if on your set there was somebody, a person there, about whom rumors were circulating that they had maybe been guilty of something or another? What would you do?
Ich weiß ja von diese ganze Geschichte, dass es immer vorher auch Gerüchte kam und dann hat man.
I was very impressed by this story that there were rumors flying around and circulating, and that the person in question had denied that the rumors were true, but then the person in question had said, yes, the accusations are true. Well, then this person has made a very difficult statement, and if that person, I find, has lost their rights. So I'm believing you right now because you say it didn't happen. I've been in similar situations in these types of institutions before. Here we're not just talking about the sexualized abuse of power, we're talking about other forms of abuse. And if this takes place, then you question yourself. Am I not good enough? Did I make a mistake? I'm always turning my gaze inward before I can express out loud that something has happened to me. So in this case, you could say that this person denied all of the accusations, so I found it difficult actually to accept what maybe perhaps some victims had said. Maybe if I were going to have a film set, I would replace that person, but if this is going to happen while I'm editing the film, well, this is a real problem. I don't want to tell an artist how to handle this type of situation,
But we are the female artists. How can we need to learn to deal with male artists who perhaps have gotten off track? Maybe we can find a way artistically to reshape the film in question. So if I've understood you correctly, so if there's a suspicion or a rumor that somebody is guilty of something, as I've understood you correctly, maybe I am wrong here, so you would approach that person. Well, I have 300 other people that I would have to protect. There are so many wonderful actors. I've never met Mr. Teichmeister. I've never seen his films. I've never seen him on stage, as I don't go to the Burgtheater, because I've worked with other artists who are questioning these systems. I've worked with wonderful people. And I've never really tried to worship the cult of the genius. I don't know. Farida, please. And then Robert, please. For example, in your work, when you are directing a production or at the university lab, what measures or what preventative measures would you take? For example, awareness to prevent these kinds of things from happening, or perhaps to make sure that they're not swept under the rug. Well, when I founded the Diversity Lab, this was an artistic political project that was sort of disguised as a theater school, as an acting school. And I found myself in the role of a theater school director, which I really wasn't. When other people came to teach at our school, because they had taught at other acting schools, they always said that something that really touched me. They said in other schools, people want to become actors. Here, they want to become active or activist artists. So I think we made them political actors, agents. There was more than art, because we can't separate art from politics from my point of view. We were very loud. It was during this 12-year period that my hair went gray. And these were students that were very cautious in their actions. These were not people that you could just manipulate. And I hope that is still the case when they're out there in the world working. I hope that they cannot be oppressed. It's very difficult to prevent something like that from happening because it happened to me. I was rather shocked that I was in such a situation like that. And it took me a while to realize that this was abuse of power. Robert, please. You mentioned geniuses twice, and you said that it was often men. Well, oftentimes before we heard that genius is often masculine. Are you quite sure that women can't be geniuses? And maybe it would make more sense to have women come forward and say, yes, we are geniuses too. I think it's important in revolutions not to forego the pillaging, so to speak. If you look at a revolution in the past, then the attackers, of course, looted their enemies. The French hoi polloi, of course, looted the artworks and their jewels, for example. And other people said, okay, in France they have culture, but we have other things. And this is something that is at stake. So if geniusness is a male privilege, maybe this should be something that you should go out and take for yourselves. You can't just say that this is something that is only for men. Yes. When women assume positions of power, doesn't mean that this issue is non-existent. They are not necessarily better in positions of power because they are women. For that reason, we have to
Patriarchat ist nicht schlecht für die Frauen, sondern es ist auch für
point out that patriarchy is not just terrible for women, it's terrible for men. This cult of the genius is terrible for humanity. I think it's important for us to work as a team. A work of art is teamwork. When I'm out there working, then I say that this piece would look very different elsewhere, even though I'm the same and the text is the same, because you are the ones who make the piece, the play, what it is. But because we are so used to thinking this way, perhaps we are so socialized that the person who's the loudest, who pretends to know everything, is the genius, is the star, so to speak. If I come to a new theater and if I'm welcomed by a new team and I carry out my rehearsals, at the beginning I have the feeling amongst the actors that they're not sure what to do because they're used to being told what to do. And if we don't change that, then we cannot change the underpinnings of the system as well. So I have another question, and this ties into the idea of the genius. You've probably followed the case of Florian Teichtmeister, as we all have. I don't quite understand, but maybe I'm missing something, or maybe I'm wrong about this. What he did, does that have to do with this cult of the genius? When I'm listening to you, for example, this is really a sexual disorder that took place in secret, that kind of burst out into you. I don't really see the connection to the cult of the genius. How do you see the connection there? Well, all of the media hype here that took place. If this was somebody who was in the cast or in the chorus, for example, none of the media hype would have taken place. We are the people who make these people geniuses. We put them on a pedestal.
Warum man trotz der Vorwarnungen nicht zugehört hat.
And my question is, why didn't people listen to the warnings?
Pressekonferenzen mitgenommen hat.
And they didn't take him with them to press conferences because he was a brand that sold.
Fariba Bosley und dann Sophia Süßmilch.
Fariba, please, and then Sophia.
Neben feministischen Kreisen,
in addition,
die Regisseurinnen, die große Kritik geübt haben an der
to this, there were
gab's auch den Verband
female producers and directors who discussed this case, particularly with Corsage, the film that he acted in.
Männer und Frauen haben die unterzeichnet. Wie stehen Sie dazu?
What is your opinion on this expression of solidarity with the director of Corsage? This was a first reaction, a first statement. I believe this was a previous speaker. What is your position on this expression of solidarity? Well, for today, I prepared a bit because I joined the second wave of feminism, and a great deal has changed since then. So I have carried out a lot of interviews with queer feminist actors and artists. We talked for hours about these topics. How can we separate, or can we even separate art from the artist? And I think that all confronted with this situation, I think this is not neurologically possible. Because this happened to me, I did not watch that movie. I didn't want to see the 300th whatever version of the Sisi story in Austria. I did not want to see it. And then when I heard about this issue in the media,
I caught my brain forming a thought. I'm going to Google the trailer. Who is this person? This means that before that, I had no interest in seeing this movie, and afterwards my brain lit up. I wanted to see what this was all about. I cannot imagine a person watching that movie. And when he comes on screen, and I can't imagine a person who would not think, this person was involved with these activities. I could not hang up a mood painting in my living room. Knowledge is power. But knowledge also entails responsibility, not only power. When you know something about an artist and an artwork, but this also informs my consumption of this art. And I cannot, for that reason, separate artists from their work. A young actress who was a queer feminist, she said that Harry Potter, for her, was a very important book. And that was her motivation for becoming an actor, because it really opened up her imagination. But based on the comments by J.K. Rowling, she did not want to purchase any more books by her, but what she had read about Harry Potter was still part of her. Fariba, please. Fariba, why don't you go ahead? Fariba. How do you see this as an artist in criticizing power? And what do we have to do in order to assure fairness in art and works of art? Well, we're talking about art and artists, and we're standing on stage here and bellowing at the audience, and we're questioning power structures, but behind the scenes, we have immense power structures at play. And the universities for the fine arts, there was a case of abuse of power. The people who spoke out against that were silenced. For that reason, the young artists have very good ideas on how to tackle this idea of power structures. I would like to read this out very briefly, yes, as a conclusion.
Stop looking away when violence or discrimination occurs. Share your stories. Team up with people you trust. Speak out when boundaries are crossed. Build accountability. Und für die Institutionen sagen Sie, ist es
for institutions, it's important to have a code of conduct, and independent persons in institutions must be established so that people can go there and report any such case. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Als nächste Auskunftsperson bitte ich
The next respondent is Maike Laugas. Maike Laugas is a science coach, a supervisor and trainer for anti-discrimination, the communication and protection against violence. From 2019 to 2025, she was instrumental in setting up the hashtag #WeDo Advice Center for Filmmakers in Austria. She advises those affected by abuse of power and develops prevention plans. Could you please state your full name? Maike Laugas. Dr. Maike Laugas, actually. Do you have any personal or professional relationship with any member of the jury? No. Now, my question is, can you give us a summary? Well, I do believe we have to talk about responsibility. And my first conclusion is something that has been confirmed in many aspects. Many questions prepared or asked for this Congress contain interesting and relevant aspects, and I do believe it's great that we have so much time to cast a different perspective, an angle here, because the questions are wrong, because either they fail to see and identify overlook the necessary prerequisites here. Can you elaborate on that? I don't really know what you mean. Okay, once again, the question number one was, for example, will Me Too endanger artistic freedom? And at the beginning, it was said that artistic freedom enjoys a lot of protection under the Austrian constitution, by the way, for feminist art. If then I were to break this down, what question do we actually discuss here for the first time, apart from the subject matter? Is that a yes or no question? Now, so many different aspects have been presented here. And also, we heard from victims. And then all of this is reduced to a polarizing yes or no answer. And in a question that tries to contrast extreme positions, the question would rather be, will it endanger the artistic freedom, Me Too movement that is? Then automatically that means, do you want freedom or do you want more rules? Or you could break it down and say, well, if people finally say up, will then the liberty of people committing such offenses be endangered? And after we've heard so many different aspects, why should we answer those questions with yes or no? I think this should be regarded in greater detail. Change is possible. A change, for example, goes hand in hand with the responsibility of the offenders, that those people do not just admit to what they have done, ask for forgiveness. That's all left for them to do. And then we finally come to a change, which is to say, what has been their contribution to prevent these things happen to others? So what could it be? A separate process or proceedings? Yes, it is a rich question, which is then reduced in the way that you ask the question. And it focuses once again on the perpetrators, because in every title of a session, you have the name of a perpetrator. A follow-up question. I would like to come back to this Harry Potter case that has just been mentioned. We talked about artistic freedom. In your opinion, is this a bit of an overlap, or do we encroach upon the artistic freedom if an author that has a specific view of transgender persons, you may agree with her or disagree with her, but that automatically you don't, or you shouldn't read the book that she wrote? That was not the statement made. It was a quote of somebody who's not willing to read this book. Do you think that's right, that her books are no longer read? Do you think it would be right that those people no longer read Harry Potter novels just because she made some statements against transgender persons? I do believe it makes sense to talk about such positions, such statements, and not just to reduce your answer to a yes or no. I don't want to hear a yes or no answer. I'm curious to learn about your reasoning. What we're trying to do here is we try to elaborate our arguments and find reasons. So this is a focus, as Jürgen Habermas called them. So let me ask you once again, from your point of view, is it right that certain works of art are no longer read, viewed, etc., because the author has made a dubious statement? I do believe it's right to talk about this and to listen to what that does to the people affected, and what changes can we make, and in what context something can be shown, and what should be taken into account, what violations have been made or are possible, and what do we do to mitigate the risks? Everything has to be embedded in the right context, which I cannot give you a more specific answer, but that is something that we should make sure in every kind of case. Fariba. today we've talked about silence, the culture of silence. Actually, not too much. So why is it so hard to discuss this? Movies, theaters is the focus now. Why are people afraid to prejudge? Why do they accept to abandon others? Well, silence, to remain silent or to speak up, is embedded in a larger context. What do I mean by this? What image is created? What image do I have of myself? What do I think about others? I worked in the Austrian film industry for quite some time, and like elsewhere, violence, power structures are abundant, and to speak about things is a huge relief. It's a big breakthrough. People feel this for a long time, and then finally it triggers a process. And very often in my coaching sessions, I tell people, something is released inside you, and that triggers a process. Why do people find it so hard to talk about things? Well, I think previous speakers have already spoken to this. It's complicated relationships, maybe in an individual, but also it is exactly a thing that a person has a hard time speaking about, and people will think they are at risk. But all of this, of course, is embedded in a social context. What things can we speak about? What things are not heard? And very often, people who have suffered from violence tell the stories, often until finally somebody listens to them, because it's also difficult to hear what they say. And of course, that will silence people. But of course, people have made negative experience, and within film sets or within the film industry, it's very often said, well, when I speak up, I will be a troublemaker, and usually it's women, and then I will not be cast again, and not the perpetrator. And that is exactly the mechanism that reflects the power structures. The more democratic a society is, the easier it will be for people to speak up. And the more authoritarian a regime is, and the more likely it will be to play down an open discussion of the issue. Fariba. Me Too. Let's come back to Me Too. You have consulted filmmakers, correct? So that was created within the scope of the Me Too movement, right? So since then, what has changed? And what were the levers really available to you in countering the silence? I can tell you that a lot has changed within 6 years. The conditions are different now, and I have to admit that this has caught me by surprise within the 6 years. It came into existence together with Me Too, and therefore the name that I chose should reference to it. What is Me Too? To clarify this, because Me Too is referred here as some vague movement, like a regime that sets out to destroy somebody's life. If you break it down, Me Too will mean, yes, it has happened to me as well, and it was a sign or a cry for help of others. Well, now you've openly said that I'm going to support you, and then these individual cases, all of these women have come together, and they now address this structure, this power structure. And when I was asked to set up this advice center for filmmakers in Austria, I thought about a hotline for sexualized violence. That was my first proposal. I said, no, we should roll this out to other forms of discrimination that are protected by the law. But then again, I said everything should be seen against the backdrop. I said it is so hard that people call themselves violence of abuse. And then I said we should choose a different name and address injustices. And that has been correct because it shows that people are made to work overtime. They do not get paid for overtime. And this allowed us to enter into a sound relationship that later on allowed us to address more sensitive issues. And also I said we should not just wait for people to call us up at this hotline. I said this is a social issue, a societal issue that is difficult to address. It's not just about dressing wounds, but tackling an issue. And we started out by organizing workshops. And in the meantime, because a lot of scandals have happened since then, silencing. And once again, we saw, once the media reported about one case, and my colleague or I went to the media and discussed this openly, publicly, and we saw a spike in the calls. And some people called us up and reported abuse that happened 20 years ago because suddenly people felt they are taken seriously and they have the right platform now allowing them to speak up. And within the filmmakers, the film industry in Austria, of course, also a lot of resistance to all of this has happened. But more caution, more diligence, because people think, well, they're more careful in their behavior, in their conduct, and well-known producers, companies have called us up and have said, well, we've known all of this for quite some time. We all know who did what can we do? And that is exactly the start of this change process. And after all, we want change, and we don't want to be fascinating by evil. We want social change. Sophie, please. Can you tell me a bit about the Theater an der Josefstadt, an Austrian Vienna theater? I think everything has been said in the media. I don't work there.
Folgefrage, bitte.
Follow-up question?
Was hätte Sie denn interessiert an dem Theater?
Why did you ask the question? Why do you find interesting? The answer is everything. But regarding the topic at hand, right? We are talking about institutional responsibility and the culture of silence. That is a very relevant subject. Silencing others. That is what we are discussing here.
Also ich weiß nicht, wer möchte die Frage stellen?
Ich will einfach anknüpfen oder überleiten wegen Workshops.
Okay, apart from workshops and awareness-raising measures among your colleagues,
Klauseln, die an Förderverträge geknüpft sind.
What contractual provisions have been included in regular employment contracts in theaters, in movie companies, or can you recall any similar measures, any specific provisions in employment contracts, for example? I do believe that nobody has a great overview, a good overview as to what things have been implemented, and there have been many initiatives of some production companies in order to make everyone's lives easier. There is a link of funding With the Austrian Filming Institute, they introduced a code of ethics, and it, for example, calls for a repayment of grants if they can prove that a company has not adhered to all of the rules. So something like that was introduced a couple of years ago, and the consequences differed from production company to production company. Very often that was an obligation that was transferred to the individuals, but something that did happen was that more and more people are aware of their own rights, and this education and openly discussing those rights has resulted in the fact that even in a warm-up before shooting of a movie begins, that people have a better understanding of what they are entitled to or not. And that has certainly given more protection to all individuals. And people now have the feeling that they are heard when they speak up. Now, those awareness-raising programs have been very effective, but very often it's just a token program. So those have been a couple of levers that have turned out to be quite effective. The most important action we have taken is that we're seeing its period of upheaval, even of change, and it's the result of all of the work done in the movies. The ARD, German television, made a movie about the film industry in Austria and Germany, and over many years, victims were given the opportunity to speak up, to give testimony, and it was striking if you have a look at the size of the countries that out of the 27 courageous people who spoke up, 2/3 came from Austria, because here to speak up and talk about things have been made easier, and that is something that not everybody likes. And there has been some counter movements, mind you. Sophia? Apologies, I went to the bathroom. Did you talk about the special structure you have in Vienna? Do you think that Vienna is special, and those close ties that everybody knows each other, that will make certain things harder? Because people tend to protect their fellows? Or is that just my perception? Well, you're comparing things. Well, you said Vienna is special. Special in comparison with what? Well, here everything is quite small. Austria is small. Vienna is small. Everybody knows each other in the film industry, which makes it so hard for victims to speak up, because the job market is small. In that regard, okay, maybe it is difficult. But then the question I was asked before, what I would like to wish for, now before we're running out of time, I would really like to answer this question. Okay, so one more minute. What is necessary, in my opinion, is the following, that we create an environment that makes it possible that when things go wrong, the people take the responsibility, so that it's not the victims who need to bear the burden of having to speak up. We should all be very diligent and observant and closely monitor the situation. What about rumors? It's not just legal concepts. There are several instruments, several tools, and we need to negotiate all of this as a society and also come up with social concepts and not just legal terms. Rumors, for example, are very often relevant when something happens to a victim. It's very important for the person to inform others to prevent others from being hurt. It's the so-called whispering networks, as we call them. We shouldn't just do this away as rumors. And do you care obligations means that you actually need to follow up on alleged reports, on rumors, even if just somebody hints something. That should be like a test balloon. Is it possible to address a problem and to follow up on this? Thank you very much.
Ich bedanke mich herzlich bei allen Auskunftspersonen. Wir kommen nun zu den Fragen.
Thank you very much. We now come to the questions from the Council of the Republic.
Und ich ersuche die Mitglieder des Rates ein Zeichen zu geben und sich kurz vorzustellen und auch die Auskunftsperson zu nennen.
So now you have the opportunity to ask a question. Please give the name of the person you would like to direct your question to. Please give us the name. Martin Zogelmann. Yes, I would like to ask you a question here about the mover. I have a question for the mover. I am an employee of a academic company. We offer after-school activities for children. We have to, of course, provide all kinds of criminal police reports on whether or not our employees have any contact with the law, and we also have to take all sorts of protective measures for our employees vis-à-vis the children. Is this the case, for example, for theaters and films, or maybe this is perhaps isn't this not the state of the art? Yes, it's becoming state of the art right now, and what we've just touched on right now, that in many areas, public funding for our sports or arts or film subsidies, for example, are tied to protective measures, not just for children, but also for compliance. So that employers can cover all their bases and set up corresponding rules. But you talked about police reports, of course. This is really just a symbolic gesture, because we know that courts generally do not like to issue prohibitions on carrying out a profession. I think that in the past we've only seen 5 or 6 being handed down to the courts every year. This is an opportunity to raise awareness for this type of behavior. And when you're working with young people, and oftentimes you have people working with you as volunteers, it's very important to raise awareness of this. And to, of course, impress that upon them before any kind of criminal activity takes place, and that this can have very serious consequences. Next, please.
Ja, bitte. Es hat sich zwar zuvor jemand gemeldet, aber bitte schön.
Okay, mein Name ist Susanne Wöhnig.
My name is Susanne Wöhnig, and I'm a member of the Council of the Republic. And my question to you is whether or not you believe that there is a media campaign, in the court of public opinion, whether or not this may have an influence on the very large number of unreported cases of abuse. Do you think that that would be possible? It would be possible, perhaps, to tackle all of those cases that languish without our knowledge? Thank you very much for this question, because you are talking about a very key dilemma. This is something that we are faced with when we are trying to protect children. We have a scandalization, if you will, of a single case. It benefits no one when victims have to testify in court. This doesn't help any of the victims. But on the other hand, the media hype of individual cases also helps us to raise awareness and helps to clarify the issue in the public. More specifically, we also have the feeling very clearly that more and more people who are victims, children, adolescents, women, are able to be more courageous and speak out about abuses done to them against their will. Of course, no means no, yes means yes, etc.
All of these issues, of course, have been very important, and I think a great deal has been done. A lot of progress has been made in the last several years. Oftentimes, this is presented as being very dystopian, but a great deal of progress is being made, particularly with the case in Graz recently, how terrible that is. But these are, fortunately enough, individual cases, and we do have support for children throughout the legal process as necessary. Yes, and we do have more and more cases, but we're shedding light on these cases that are languishing in darkness. It's important to raise awareness. Of course, they're more present in society, but we've been able to talk about them more. We've been able to find words to describe this situation, and this is important for me to see, and this has encouraged me as a child psychologist more than anything. Any more questions? I think somebody else has asked for the floor. Could you please go up to the microphone?
So first, happy Pride. And yeah, of course. First, I want to thank the team of Wiener Festwochen and artistic director Milo Rau for creating a space where diverse voices, including mine, are invited to speak. I am an artist and I come from a migrant background. I was taught that art is about talent, soul, and truth. But today it's often feel like a fame matter more than skill. And
Excuse me, please ask a question.
Yeah, it's just like 2-3 lines.
No, a question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And branding modern honesty. Have we turned the artist into a product, a marketable label, sold and customized? And for artists like me, with the foreign roots, the door often only open if we make ourselves exotic and now to fit someone else's. Isn't that also a form of violence? A quite structural, everyday kind of violence that many of us are forced to live with. So, I'm not only speaking for myself, I speak for many who never even get a chance to enter a space like this.
Thank you.
So I ask you the question, are we truly ready to see this through, or we will do like always in this society and we keep this silence? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So happy Pride too. Ich antworte auf Deutsch.
I'm going to answer in German.
Ganz am Anfang damit, das habe ich angesprochen ganz am Anfang.
Yeah, I spoke about this at the very beginning because we should not limit this to sexualized violence, but we should talk about all sorts of forms of discrimination. And in fact, it is absolutely necessary to address all processes that are not a form of democracy. Anything that represents a denigration of all persons. We must train our focus on that. And at our advisory center, we talk about racism. We also talk about exoticization and about strengthening perception of diversity. For example, who is cast in what role? Many people have pointed to this problem for some time. For example, what roles are women cast when they're older than 40? Who's going to play a trans person, etc. Slowly but surely, and maybe now a bit more quickly, these issues are coming to light. And I think that they're being subject to a rethink. We have to recognize that these are artists. And we have to recognize people not just because they are beautiful, but we have to look at how they act. And this is something we have to establish and carry through. Any more questions from the council?
Du kannst gleich vorne bleiben.
Wenn Sie sich
Jason
kurz
Esse, your
vorstellen.
favorite
Ja, danke.
Anarcho-Communist. Ich wollte die Frage eigentlich gerne ans Burgtheater stellen.
I actually wanted to ask the question of the Burgtheater, but I want to ask were lessons learned from the case of Teichmeister. Has been internal and external measures set up at the Burgtheater, and have other institutions learned from this case? I don't think that I can speak on behalf of the Burgtheater. That is quite clear. I can only point to what has taken place in the film industry and what lessons have been learned as a result. And this is certainly the case that we have seen greater attention in production companies. For example, people want to know when things are taking place. We want to know as early as possible and not after the fact, after we have completed filming. I think this is a very important lesson that we've learned. And I think this is a lesson that is very much worth learning in terms of prevention. Thank you very much. Please. I have a question to Rudolf Meyer, please.
Ich habe zwei kurze Fragen, die aber zusammenhängen.
I have a very short question to you. A couple of short questions, but they all sort of hang together. Do you believe that the suit brought by the Burgtheater was morally correct? We've talked about the Burgtheater, but there are other institutions like the Theater in Josefstadt. Do you see these as being somehow interrelated? Yes, of course, there were accusations in the Theater in Josefstadt, but these were not accusations that went anywhere, I believe, in terms of the investigation. Do you believe that it was morally correct to have charges brought against the Burgtheater? Yes, of course, that is the moral duty. It is the moral duty to investigate, to clarify this. And if they do not investigate that, I don't know if that was morally correct. It's not really relevant, in my opinion, because they have to do it. What is your opinion? Well, if you assume that they must have known something and they continue to employ him, then it is amoral. And if they didn't know, well, then you can draw your own conclusions. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the Council of the Republic? There is a question, one more question.
Rudolf Meyer.
Rudolf Meyer, please.
Bitte.
Petra Hayek.
My name is Petra Hayek. I thought long and hard about whether or not I should ask you this question, but I think it will be fine. Yesterday, we heard that he's probably not a good person, but he's a good actor. This disturbed me in particular. I think he's a sick person, and this has also been established in part. So my question is as follows. He has been sentenced by a court of law, and in our social system, we know that if a person has finished their sentence, if they have served and completed their therapy, then it is their duty or their privilege to rejoin society. Do you think that is possible for Mr. Teichmeister? Well, if a theater believes that he will bring an advantage to the theater, then they will probably engage him. If they think that he will do damage to the theater, then they won't. Thank you very much. Is there any more questions from the Council of the Republic? No, I believe there's one more over here. Please come up. We have 2 more questions. So perfect. I have a question for Dr. Wölfel, please. So my question is maybe a bit naive and maybe isn't going to go anywhere. Maybe it's a dead end. We're talking about perpetrators, we're talking about victims, and we're talking about framework conditions, but what about the gigantic industry of that produces these horrific images? And in the therapy, we're always playing catch-up. What can we do about it? And of course, these are also human beings that are producing this material. That's maybe it's naive, but I'm just completely speechless. Yes, the sex-cam industry and the industry of violence is not just in the dark net. We have experienced that live cams and digital chats are being abused, and this is being requested. We've seen this in Romania. People are ordering this to be done, for example, or they're doing this for money. Unfortunately, the people who are the power figures are probably not going to be brought to justice. We have Stopline in Austria, and there are other networks. It's very important to report these cases. There are more and more people who are reporting these cases. We have special software that the police are using for this purpose. It's material that is coded, that deletes material that is coded as pornographic material, but oftentimes it's uploaded once again. Of course, in the last year, there were two laws that were introduced on the EU level to be able to prosecute these types of crimes in the digital space, for example, the grooming of young people. I just wanted to ask you, just to conclude your statement. So in Austria, there is a lack of a critical debate, both in terms of legal possibilities as well as criminal and police possibilities for pursuing these types of child abuse online. Thank you very much.
So this completes the questions asked by the jury. I would like to thank all respondents very much. Fariba Mosley is going to give us her final statement in which she talks about central findings. The floor is yours, Fariba. You have 10 minutes. Well, I'm a cultural producer and a co-manager of a center in Vienna, mother of two, and the invitation here to be a member of a jury, I was a bit ambivalent about it because here we're talking about specific cases at the level of focusing at individuals, but I do believe it's central that we have this debate in a critical manner, responsible manner, and publicly in order to be able to derive measures and actions. As a member of the Council of the Republic, who initiated a participated process, and in 10 hearings we participated in adopting the Vienna Declaration. Item number 9 is very important. We, the Wiener Festwochen, are committed to a respectful working environment, and we speak out against any form of violence, discrimination on, behind, and before the stage. And together with experts, we are going to set up a code of conduct, and we're going to implement them. I'm not a professional expert when it comes to sexualized violence. As a cultural manager with responsibility of HR, I operate in a power structure, and I think it's part of my responsibility to be diligent, and it is my mission to increase public awareness. How can we go about this? A lot has been said already. We need to closely monitor the situation, listen and hear people. Those power structures are sometimes very difficult to discern, and sometimes we have to address them very early on. And this is part of the portfolio of cultural managers. The Teichtmeister case has been concluded in the courts. He admitted to everything, and a verdict has been passed down. And very often, people pay attention to, let us say, a case for a short time only. Now, the central question we need to ask ourselves remains: what can we learn from the case? And how are we going to handle with the space left between court decision and social responsibility? In 2021, the first rumors were heard and charges were filed in 2023. So what happened in the 1.5 years in between? People weighed their options, but no action was taken. Apart to engagements on television and on stage, a Teichmeister was invited to public debate, for example, during the Nestroy Award ceremony in November 2022, when a lot of actors, prominent actors, actresses come together. What did the colleagues know, and why did they remain silent? A lot of invitations were declined for our meeting here today. What are the institutional dependencies behind this? We see how difficult it is in those power structures that are still characterized by patriarchal structure, especially in an industry where abuse of power and sometimes even rape have been regarded for a long time as artistic freedom. It was also said by Maike, for example, that people are afraid to speak up. And it is very important that we also hold those responsible who were witnesses. There were structural reasons for this. Employers and witnesses need information and also tools when it comes to handling those cases. The presumption of innocence is very important. So how would a person that was not as well known, how would such a person have experienced this? Sexualized violence is very often escalated gradually. We need mechanisms like Sarah Haslan developed the red flag system. And here she put the finger on abuse of power. And that will make it possible for us to act early on in a responsible manner. The Burgtheater has apparently initiated all relevant legal steps. However, this was just the final step, or should be the final step in any case. Prevention, of course, happens a lot earlier. We want simple awareness teams, codes of ethics, guidelines, etc. And also ombudsperson, we want compulsory awareness-raising seminars, not just for executives and managers. And across the individual departments, we need to cooperate across the teams, allowing us to openly address issues. Of course, this could also be linked to public financing contracts. The dominant hierarchies in the movie industry and also on the theaters, also hierarchies as to who believes what, continue to produce uncertain working relationships and working conditions. And people fear to speak up who stand to lose more. We need more prevention and we need opportunities to reappraise and review cases of power abuse. And the debate finally ends up at one point. Do we or can we separate an artist from their art? This is a sensitive issue. Netflix, the ORF, or ZDF have taken programs showing Teichmeister out of their own programs. So what do these decisions mean? How does it affect the ensemble, the crew, production companies, etc.? How will they be protected against the loss of reputation that was not owed to them, not their fault? Well, canceling is, of course, a symbol. To take responsibility will use up a lot of resources, and it is quite complex. To suggest us what is right or wrong prevents us from dealing with a problem in detail. To decide whether a movie should be continued to be shown or should be cancelled requires a lot of efforts. People should give the opportunity to have all of the information before they decide on whether they want to see a play or go to an exhibition. To separate an artist from his or her art will have to be reflected. What has been done, how public was the actor, what message is conveyed by the work of art, and what is the relationship to the offense. And of course we have to be critical also when it comes to the work of the media, allowing them to review a narrative critically. That is the responsibility of a media in times of echo chambers and witch hunts. Finally, I would like to stress that we're all part of power structures as cultural managers, executives, leaders, as part of the civil society. We are responsible, even if we're not experts, to listen carefully and closely monitor a situation is something that we can learn, and we can also unlearn to turn a blind eye to a situation. Abuse of power is something that is not created overnight and will not be terminated with one scandal. It needs to be revealed and deconstructed, and it calls for long-term sustainable preventative strategies. And also what we need is the willingness to learn and the personal commitment to be able to detect white spots in the landscape in order to prevent any abuse. Well, Flinter individuals, queers, people who have experienced racism, statistically they are more likely to be affected by violence, which is why intersectional perspectives are not add-ons, but a prerequisite for structural change. And expertise, concepts, all plans, as well as alternative practices, all of these things are here. We should closely look at the situation, transfer know-how, and join forces when it comes to prevention. We need to put an end and not just treat symptoms of a power system, like Markus Oehren said yesterday, in order to be able to deconstruct and destroy the system from within, especially in times when queer feminist achievements are put under pressure, where we see right backlash, where gender-neutral language is just regarded as wishy-washy and wokeness is laughed at. We need to stand up for transparency and social fairness. This is what we have to commit ourselves to, not in an arrogant manner, but in a very efficient manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your statement. I would like to thank all of those participating today. I would like to thank the jury, the members of the Council of the Republic. I would like to thank you for your discipline. Thank you for coming today. And I hope that we will see you back here tomorrow morning at 11, where we will discuss the Rammstein case, the Me Too in the music industry, prejudice, and the lyrical first-person narrator. The hearing or the session is hereby closed.